Connecting. Hello there. I can once again hear myself. Classic. Nailed it. Hello, how are you? Bit of a slow intro here. My fault. My bad. Poor people on YouTube have no sweet chill hop to listen to, so they just have to sit there in silence. Feels bad, man. Feels real bad, man. What's up, Rail? How y'all doing today? Let me come on down from the top, as one does. Nice. Hello. Young Pagel is here, first and foremost. About as close to an OG as you can get without having the founder's badge. What's up, dude? How you doing? Lucas is here. Hello. Fish is here. How you doing? Pedro says silence is no problem because I'm used to JSpace. Just D-scan. Good to see a Fish. Good to see a Lucas. Gravy is here as well. I was just screaming at Gravy. What did I say to him? Hold on. On my Discord, Gravy was like, hey guys, maybe we should get together some, doctrine, idea channels or something. This is some cute little idea. And what I said to him, I said, holy shit, you're so bad at the game. Your ideas are trash. Don't you ever speak up again and you should feel bad. That's what I said to him. No, I didn't say that. I'm just kidding. He's brainstorming ideas for my corp. But I'm not quite ready to start it yet. So I was like, dude, slow down. Shut up. P9, what's up, buddy? Gravy, hope you're having a good, of course, holiday week. I just talked to you, though, so that's why I said, of course. P9, good to see you. Welcome back. FG is here. FG says, take your time. Thank you. Appreciate that. I like when people say, take your time. Why not? Because it's a condonement of one's ability to get something done on one's own time. It's just a sign of respect, isn't it? Gashel is here. You like Gashel or Gashel? What do you like? Pat the Pineapple Pirate is here. What's up, bud? How are you? What's going on with you? You guys doing holiday shit? PK is here. Cookie is here. Now, Cookie's name is Cookie D. And if you have dyslexia, you might call him Dookie C, and he'd get really pissed. So do not call him that. Thank you for the follow, Cookie. PK, good to see you. Watching the dumpster fire at work unfold during my time off. Is it because you're not there, or... This is amazing. This should be like a paid service to be able to watch a company fuck up. There's a fly on the wall. Imagine a subscription service. You pay $100 a month, but you get to look at the group chats and the Teams messages of shitty companies. Oh, I gotta catch up. Holy shit, a lot of chatters today. Good to see you, Pagel. Big Haas is in the house. Hope you're doing well, mister. What's that? You posting links here? Your music is bad and you should feel bad. Classic. All right, I'll let it slide. Or you're allowed to Futurama post here. Ingenic, what's up, buddy? Cookie's building a Millennium Falcon. Ooh, I love that. Incubus is here. Cycle is here. Good morning. How are you? Welcome to my little itty bitty stream. This little slice of life where we can chill and play some Eve and mop a couple bigots and hang out and just talk about silly videos and game mechanics and kind of just be good to each other if we can help it, right? Simple. Selenium says we're doing bank robbing today. I don't see why not. Now, I only go out with a few people, though, so it's pretty inequitable. Scotty says, morning. What's up, buddy? What's up, Swamp Man? You guys want to know something about a swamp? He knows. I don't know what a swamp... What would I draw? Would I draw water? Was I drawing a marsh, not a swamp? I still don't know how to draw a swamp. I'm about to look up the word swamp. What does a swamp look like? Literally exactly what I drew. Exactly what I drew. And they couldn't get it. Ridiculous. Whatever. Chad hates me because they ate me. Selenium says he robbed 15 banks yesterday. Who else is here? Raz, what's up, buddy? I think we got drops. When you're jamming the guitar, 1 million channel points. If somebody accrues 1 million channel points, I'll play Death Cab for Cutie on the guitar. One time. Which song? Well, I guess you'll have to find out. Captain Green Jeans, what's up, buddy? Real welcome. You're reminding me about the coffee. Hey, I'm almost caught up. Sweet. The feels bad, man. Jordan, welcome. It had a lyric in your native language. Interesting. I guess I'm curious. What was the what was the lyric? Interesting. Debian on first laptop, Cache OS on the second, nailed it. Damn, he's good. Usually people don't know this one because it's fuzzy and the Cache logo is not as well known, I guess. Damn, you're good, Fat. We got a Linux user here, chat. Do you play Eve at all? Just on the off chance you do, I literally, and this is crazy, right? But I have this Discord with 700 people on it where it is specifically for Eve on Linux. And we like have a wiki that like has all this cool info that we built. People are like coding client switchers to share. It's awesome. Highly recommend you check it out. If you don't play Eve, maybe not that useful though. You use NixOS? Nice. Not that many Nix users. Stratios, hello, buddy. Tenki says good morning and good morning, chat. Oh, I said hi to chat too. How about that? What a sweetheart. What's up, Snowflake? The swamp was fine. I was losing. I thought, well, nobody got it, G. Nobody got it. Yo, let me shut the door real quick. Yo, nobody got it. So I feel like if you can't get it and you live next to a swamp or adjacent to swamps and nobody else got it, like, that's a bad drawing. I got to take that one. All right, I'm back. I was gone for a while, but I've returned. My girlfriend bought an electric blanket, but then it got here and it wasn't electric. So now we have an extra blanket. Pedro says, I got a quick question about Catalyst. What's up, Pedro? You can always ask your questions here. No need to preface for the next one. What you got? You want to know about the Catalyst patch? I know a little bit about the Catalyst patch, actually. An electric blanket? Yeah. You ever see that? They, the blankets warm up. They're like plugged into the wall and they warm up. My cat loves them. And they're great in the coldest days. If you live in you must live in a tropical climate, I bet. Yeah, in like northern or like very southern climates, an electric blanket is amazing. Blanket is blanket here. Well, an electric blanket's not a blanket. It's like an appliance. Do you agree that every mining ship is trash except the Outrider? I don't get the math. Well, are you talking about through gas or you're talking about through a lens of gas or minerals, Pedro? Blanket is blanket. Yeah, so an electric blanket is amazing in cold climates. It has like thin wires through it that you can hardly feel. Sometimes you can't even feel them. And the blanket literally gets warm as fuck. It's amazing. Yeah, this is actually how I like to do it. But obviously cats love them too. So. I grew up in Alaska, trust me. Yeah, no doubt. I've been to Alaska. I think you ever hear me say that? Been to Anchorage. Fucking took a plane out to Nome. Oh, yo, look at this Chatter's Millennium Falcon. Oh, shit. Bro, it has lights, dude. This guy's living his adult dreams right now. It's got lights, chat. Damn, he has a table for it. I'm not even a Star Wars guy, but like the Millennium Falcon is cool to me. That's just nice design. Thanks for sharing that. Hear me out, put 2 extra blankets. You could. So you're being kind of like, you know, what's the word? Kind of a little snobby about the electric blanket, right? Which I suppose I kind of understand for someone who's never heard of it. But if you're in a cold area and you try one, you're not going to talk like you're talking now. That's my opinion. Most iconic ship now. I feel like a failure as an adult. Really? Scotty, me too, brother. At least you're holding it down, man. You know? I mean, this is pretty nuts. Apparently he finished it up and just put the lighting on. I thought he was still building it, but I mean, as a Star Wars fan, this is like crack cocaine, right? I'm not like a Lego or Star Wars guy. I like Legos, they're cool. I just probably wouldn't buy any personally right now. Kind of expensive, but I'm not really like a Star Wars guy, but even I fuck with that. It's nice. What's up, MRL Stows? How do you say your name, bro? Merle Stows? It almost reminds me of like Marlboro. It's like impossible to say. Not a Star Wars guy? I know. I'm not a hater. I guess honestly, I'm not that interested in it. Not because I'm like too cool, because like I guess it just doesn't hold my attention. I don't know what to say. But I've seen these. I saw these as a kid a lot, right? And I want to say that I've seen this and possibly this. I've seen no other things. I've seen these a bunch though as a kid. They were cool. I like these. More of a Star Trek guy. Funny story. I've never seen Star Trek, which a lot of people are really upset about when I admit. This is going to turn into one of those streams where I'm just getting dumped on, isn't it? I love it. Dude, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's talk about all the shit I done missed out on. See, Star Trek is interesting because of like my own personal politics and the way the show is. Like, it seems like something I should be on board with. The Expanse, I literally bought the book. Haven't read it yet. I bought the book because a chatter that I like told me to buy it. Well, the first book. What the heck, no Star Trek? Yeah, I haven't seen it. What have you seen? I'm not really a big movie or show guy. I've seen some stuff. I'm certainly not a big movie or show guy, and even less am I a sci-fi guy, which I know is bizarre. I'd like it, though. I haven't seen Firefly. What the heck do you do? Hey, Thandrow. Don't call me oh great one, though, unless it's like a Cthulhu vibe. I'm cool with a Cthulhu vibe, but not like a sycophanic vibe. Is not worthy. Shut up. Stop. No Firefly? Yeah, I haven't seen that. I mean, I like to put it in perspective by telling people I haven't seen The Godfather as like a movie, you know. If we're trying to dunk on you, I'd have to bring up that you said Legos instead of Lego. Yeah, I even know better. I did it by accident. Sorry. Lego plural has no S. I kind of think that like the whole Lego being plural thing is like, I kind of feel like saying Legos plural is like a protest from now on. Firefly Serenity? I don't know what Serenity is. I don't know what Babylon 5... Well, I've heard of Babylon 5. I don't know what it is, though. Yeah, I guess I'm not like a show movie watcher. I feel like I've seen tons of stuff, but... This is, oh my god. Today's one of these days I'm ready to get dunked on. I haven't been dunked on in a while for not watching stuff. Ludwig, good to see you. Firefly is so nomad, really. Grew up with Star Wars, newer like Star Trek fan. Big Babylon 5 fan. Oh, you're Jupiter J, got you. Mr. L, got it. Battlestar Galactica was awesome, kind of similar to PH being run out of Troneslands. Harry Potter. I read the books when I was a kid. I read 1 through 5, 1 through 6. I didn't really have any interest in it past that. I don't really care for it anymore. I saw like the first couple movies too, and it was weird. I read as a kid, but I didn't really read sci-fi, to be honest. I remember reading The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, the books, all that stuff. I liked medieval stuff. Serenity is a 2-hour movie. Firefly rated. Interesting. Flight of the Navigator, Death Blossom. Now you're just saying words, dude. Have you not watched anything because there is The Outside? What? I feel like this is a reference to something and I'm being tested, but I don't know what it is. So what? You like The Expanse? Yeah, I literally have the book that Haiwan told me to buy. Haven't even started doing gas. Stargate Universe. So Pedro says minerals. I can't speak to minerals, but I'll say the crit mechanics certainly should be of some interest. I truly don't know. Like, minerals and gas and all harvesting in general needs in my opinion, could benefit from a complete rework, not a refactor, not an interpolation, but a complete rework. The problem is the venture's too good. And the problem is multi-boxing scales too well. Tackle those two things, and you got yourself a nice little foundation for the future. They haven't done that. They will never do that, in my opinion. So what we got to work with is the fact that all these ships are almost just like flavor at this point, unless you're just going to go balls to the wall. You mean like outside, like touching grass? Are you an adult Pokemon by chance? No. I think Pokemon's cool, but I played like Blue and like not since. Ready Player One? Nope, haven't seen it. Robotech? Never heard of that. The Real? No, I like. Are you talking about like, am I shut in? You know, like since the pandemic, I'd probably say a little bit, but I do go outside. It's true. I do stuff. What's up, Schmobo? Good to see you. I've been, less social in the past decade than I was for the first couple decades, admittedly, which, I don't know, feels good to me. In swamps. I think I need to make more coffee. I feel like today's going to be a coffee chugging kind of day. I was thinking about doing a short stream, but fuck it. Whatever. I'll just live on my stream. Terminator's the future. Oh, I've seen Terminator. I saw The Matrix. Those are sci-fi. You want to know something? Is like I feel like I saw The Matrix, but like I never understood what the fuck was happening at any given point. I had no idea what any of this allegory was. I didn't understand the point of it. It was just cool looking. I want to say like semi recently I like looked up the plot. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, now it all makes sense. I'm just like not movie coded. I'm one of those that has a shelf with a bunch of graded cards, sealed stuff, and statuettes. Oh, you got the tchotchkes, you got the little toys and trinkets. Yeah, I'm not a trinket guy, but I think they're cool. Maybe it's because gotta buy other stuff. Must not have taken enough acid to understand the Matrix. AI takes over, human turns into battery, Skynet is real. Got it. I grew up watching Robotech on the Sci-Fi Channel, yeah. I would imagine a lot of EVE players are attracted for sci-fi. I'm not gonna lie, I was never attracted for the sci-fi. Sci-fi is sweet, don't get me wrong, I think it's awesome. It's one of the coolest like genres of lore. But I was attracted to EVE because it was a fucking MMO with full loot, and I'd already played a bunch of them, and I fucking love that shit. I love when you die and it has consequence, and there becomes actual meaning to travel and knowing people and understanding who they are. It's very important. EVE just really nailed, at least, nowadays it's a little different, but at least for the most of EVE, it really nailed the idea of locality. You can't just walk to one DQ without problems back in the day. That's true. Or you can't walk from Jitted Emma without going through 2 camps, right? You couldn't just go from Jitted to the tip of Fade and not expect to like have things happen. Wandering Wormhole proliferation, needle jacks, right? These things really cracked open these locality paradigms in nullsec, which detracts from my appeal for the appeal for me, but it still makes the game more accessible, which is probably a worthwhile sacrifice. I'm gonna get like obsessed with this chart now. I'm just gonna like look at this thing all the time now. It's gonna be bad. Like if you look at this has gotta be like fuel to have me locked up in a psych ward. So he just plays Eve every day, you know? I can't even like look at it and not like just start spiraling emotionally. What's up, Blackheart? What's up, Elfec? I get you twice? Damn, I'd love to get you twice. Shy is like that. When you die, you drop gear, yeah. Really, the first MMO I played was Ultima Online, and that had fucking full loot. You die, you drop. It's that simple. Now you have a house and there's a bank, but it's all about partitioning what you want to bring out from the bank, and you would risk losing. Sound familiar? There's no don't afford what you, don't fly what you can't afford to replace. There's none of that in UO. You would just grab some items and go out. But it was the same fucking thing, just 6 years in advance. I don't even know what the first full loot MMO was. I'm assuming UO was not the first. I'm not talking about MUDs. I'm talking about like graphical MMOs. I don't know what it was, but if it was UO, that'd be shocking. Honestly, like, I might even want to look that up. See if there's a way we can figure this out. I never once thought about, was there another like actual popular full loot MMO before you Shaney, good to see you, by the way. You get tomorrow and Friday off? I'm gonna climb the learning curve watching your Nomad series and play along. No shit. You know, it's always so fascinating, like the series and people watching it, because like in my head, I look back, it's just entertainment now. I've already learned all those lessons, but there's a lot of lessons to be learned from those episodes for people wanting to get into it. It's true. Gonna be a great couple days. I should do a full Nomad Tale marathon before I release episode 16. Actually, what I like to do is just randomly release it in like the middle of the night with no fanfare. Super funny. Neverwinter Nights, the first MMORPG. Yeah. The new Nomad Tale is the thing I'm looking forward to this Christmas. Not joking, yeah. So the current, I don't know what the last thing you heard was. Currently, I'm gonna put out a teaser on Christmas, and then when it's done, it's done. But I'm thinking first week of January we'll be posting it. So Nomad Tale won't be coming out on Christmas. I feel like I said I wanted to do it a bunch. I don't know if you've been updated. I posted it on YouTube, Patreon, Discord. Put a pic of your tchotchkes. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Nice. Cute, dude. You got the display case. Oh, he's got something censored up there. Careful. What are the magic cards? I can't really quite see them. Oh, they're not magic cards, sorry. It looked like the magic framing. And my brain's magic coded, excuse me. These are Pokemon. You got the Vaporeon plush? Oof. He says doxing info? Well, listen, if you dox yourself, I can't help you. You should do a best of Nomad Tale during the summers. I appreciate the idea, but yeah. That's something like a business would do. Ant watch party. People asked for that last time when I was doing a little bit of streaming and whatnot. I don't know. It'll be fun. The censor things your degree. Ah, okay. I thought Blizzard had an MMORPG with a WoW and regular Warcraft, Starcraft, and Diablo. Yeah, I mean, WoW was like 0304, right? Or 04, wasn't it? I mean, UO was like 97. It's like a huge separation in time. I spent so much time building little maps and towns in Neverwinter Nights with the editor that no one ever see or play. That's awesome. That's awesome, Cookie. Using a caravan with a porpoise? I may or may not be doing that right now. Watch party should be fun. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do a watch party because it feels weird. I don't Like, listen, if it was terrible, I would feel so bad doing a watch party. I almost just want to drop it and see what people think. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine you're me and you like do a fun little video every year and people like it. Do you want to do a watch party? Do you have that much confidence in yourself? I don't know. I could do it without me though. 901 Never Done Winter Nights, then for Never Winter Nights 2002. Yeah, this was the one obviously I was familiar with. What this was, surely this was not an MMO. People wouldn't be here if they didn't like it. Everybody's here for the giveaways. You know, all I do is giveaways. Damn, I had to ban like 2 people yesterday, didn't I? If there are 15 bangers, I think a little confidence is justified. Maybe, but I think that okay, I'm gonna just come right out and say I think doing a watch party with my own content to like watch what people say would be hella masturbatory. And also it would be it would also be like assuming it's good in the first place. Maybe I got it twisted though. I got a few commander decks, good man. Yeah, I never really played the Pokemon card game or anything. I heard it was good though. Card games are sweet. They're nerdy and whatever. People whatever, but shit I'm playing Eve, dude. What am I gonna do? Throw a stone? Shit's made of fucking glass. Peter Jackson did make The Hobbit after making Lord of the Rings so people can mess up. Interesting. You mean the movies? Yeah. I remember reading The Hobbit as a book. That was a cool book, man, as a youngster. It really was. Should do a subathon. I was thinking about doing a Nomad Tale marathon for charity. Dude, I don't know about a subathon, bro. Like, me turning on the hype trains and goofing with it seems like almost a bridge too far. Subathon is like hard no. I'd much rather do a charity stream. I would feel better about that then. Even Magic and Pokemon. What's up, Eve Tear? The Hobbit book rules. Movie not so much. Oh, really? I don't think I've seen the movie. Is it traditional and like they just took stuff out of it and like it's not as cool? See you, Mr. L. I like the idea of a charity stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'll just pick something everybody can get on board with, you know, something animal or something. Subathon to me, and I respect people that do this as their full-time job and they want to make as much money as possible, but subathon is much too. Subathon is saying like, and listen, I know people do this, but for me, subathon is like, listen, dog, you quite literally are going to pay me every month. I hate it. Oh, subathon donate. Yeah, that would just be a charity stream. Yeah, there you go. But I would much rather have people directly donate to the charity than give it to the streamer, because I think streamers that take money for donations or for charities, like, come on. Oh, being a platform for charities, yeah. I think now we're finally starting to get slightly big enough to where I could actually raise like maybe a couple $100 for charity if we really cared, you know. That makes me feel good. It feels like I'm putting good out into the world doing that. So I'll probably consider that moving forward. But it's not something that's going to consume all my time. I'm not like, oh my God, we made it. Let's do charities. It's not like that. I've been having people ask me to do charity streams for years now. And I've always been like, dude, I have 12 viewers. Shut up. Like, come on. What am I going to do? Charity Yeats are always a good thing. True. That's true. That's a good idea, Scrab. Other streamers do that. Thank you for sharing ideas, by the way. I'm happy to always capitulate to a goddamn good idea. Guys, I'm not going to uncloak. I'm not going to do anything in Eve. I'm just going to grind up some coffee beans and make some more coffee. How many viewers now? I get like on average 100. Like if you look at the stats, it's pretty impressive. That's just Twitch. I usually get like a couple on YouTube too. To me, that's impressive. I'm just a random guy. You know? I don't have any illusions of grandeur around here. I never have. I'm always impressed with what little we managed to do here in terms of content. That's impressive. 100 average? Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, average viewers 100 over the past month. That's impressive, dude. There's only one reason for that. It's because people enjoy the content. That's it. And No My Tale is your legacy? Well, it's not done yet. It's not legacy yet. Whoa. But yeah, No My Tale is what most people know me for. It's true. That's what CCP knows me for. That's why they give me, like, you know, partner, whatever. Keep making those episodes. Linux support is the legacy. Yeah! Dude, that's funny, man. Alright, you guys have been absolutely good boys and girls, so of course I'll give you a treat. If you've never been here before, you're about to see something incredibly weird, and I encourage you to not worry about it. And that right there is why you tune in, because I am the only Eve channel with coffee grinding ASMR. It's true. I don't know this. What's up, Norris? Not that I'd know what those channels are. Uh-huh. You could be in a band with that grinder. I've been in some bands. Can you believe it? Not the bands you're thinking of, but I've been in bands, orchestras, ensembles, even. When I was a young Chloro. He heard me grinding yesterday, but didn't know what it was. That's so good. Yo, technically this is an Eve stream because I have Eve open, but like, am I gaming the system here? Is this a just chatting stream or is this an Eve stream? I mean, it's open, right? Unequivocally, Eve is open and I'm about to play. I'm allowed to do this, right? I got 68 motherfucking viewers right now. I haven't even tabbed into Eve. I'm making coffee, all right? Shit's weird. Truman Show. I don't know. I just kind of like the vibes of just hanging out with a bunch of people. I can't really do it in person that well, you know? I mean, I got people I know that I love hanging out with. However, hanging out is exhausting for me, bro. It's true. Twitch is not that bad. It ain't that bad at all. Can chill with the homies. So basically, Air Jordan says, can you talk about switching to Linux from Windows? Yeah, I'm kind of the guy for that in this scene. Not that I'm the expert, but I do talk about it a whole lot. I'm sure other streamers are on it as well. So I can just cut right to the chase and say that you can probably just switch today and you'll be fine. However, what I kind of recommend people to do is don't worry about losing program support. Just don't even worry about it. What you should do, leave your Windows machine as it is and go take another hard drive and plug that into your computer and put Linux on that. And then switch between them. Don't try to put them on the same drive. Windows is scummy. They can fuck that up. Put them on different drives. Switch between them on the motherboard. And when you start the computer, switch between them. And try it out for a couple weeks. Don't have to worry about program support because you still have Windows a click away. it kind of eliminates all the issues that you might have. Now, in terms of actually answering your question substantively, yeah, there's still programs that do not work on Linux because the developers do not let them, or they've not taken the time to create any degree of portable backend to it. Examples of programs that do not work because the developers do not let them. League of Legends, right? They do not let it because of the cheating potential of Linux. Examples of programs that just don't work because they're just a mess, like Adobe stuff. Like they don't want anything to do with this, so they don't even bother. Like it's impossible to. So people create workarounds. Sometimes people emulate Windows in Linux. Sometimes people just switch over to Windows machine. Other people have things like WinApp or other ways to emulate or otherwise run a compatibility layer to run these things. But I generally say, unless you're doing CAD work, unless you play League of Legends or Valorant or another kernel level anti-cheat game, you're not going to run any issues at all, period, with anything. Like you're going to struggle to find any issues. So this is, long story short, this is simply not as big of a concern as I think we believe it is before we switch. Yeah, so if you're already using open source alternatives to stuff, there's really no compatibility issue that should be on your mind. Games are entirely there. Every game works. Only the ones that choose to not let Linux work don't work. So those are the big boys with competitive ladders that turn on anti-kernel or kernel level anti-cheat. Wildly enough, there's plenty of competitive games that don't use kernel level anti-cheat, like Dota. Works fine on Linux. They have a native fucking Linux client. Steam, right? It's Valve. Escape from Tarkov because they want kernel access. Here's another example, yeah. League and TFT are the only games I play that I miss. So Escape from Tarkov, I guess that's kernel level anti-cheat. League, Valorant, there's a bunch of them. And my general idea is, you know, for all the same reasons that I love Linux and the ethos behind it, I actually don't really care for these games that make these choices. So any competitive, like, mechanism you have for your competitive side of you can be changed. You can always find another way to grind your competitive nature. But if you want to stick with, like, you know, kernel level anti-cheat, then, you know, you're gonna be very it's narrowing down what you can do with your computer, period. So that's like no way out of that. And it doesn't bother some people though, which is cool. Yeah, Thandra, exactly. That's why I like to explain to people that it's a choice made by the developers. Gonna miss my totally legally required version of Photoshop when I switch because GIMP is okay. I mean, I don't even recommend using GIMP. I'm sorry. GIMP is fine, but unless you learned GIMP before Photoshop, you have no business using GIMP. That's my opinion. It is too fundamentally different from Photoshop to even bother switching. I just use Photopia in the browser if I want to do some quick stuff. Otherwise, you can look into like WinApp and emulate and run Photoshop that way. There's also a new front end for GIMP that makes it look like Photoshop. That might be of interest to some people. But yeah, Jordan, are you on my Linux Discord? Why isolate penguins from playing? Because in the company's mind, it's fewer support tickets, it's fewer people that could potentially easily cheat. They're just misguided. That's all. It's a business thing, dude. Don't try to argue with it. That's the thing. Business people are a little bit like scientists. They just take guesses until something works and then they note it down and then people learn from it. This whole like don't let games on Linux thing is a guess and they're wrong, obviously. Makes me giggle. Yeah, of course, of course. My AMD display drivers work well. You have an AMD GPU? I mean, they're all open. It's really only NVIDIA that occasionally has a couple hiccups on Linux. Oh, was you GIMP? Yeah, well then that's crazy. I love that. If you learn GIMP from scratch, then GIMP's awesome. I'm just saying for a Photoshop user, trying to learn GIMP is a nightmare, and that's why people make memes about it. I kind of want to understand not wanting to develop for Linux because there's so many different systems, but kernel level anti-cheat prevent you even getting running. Yeah. Like if you don't want to make the, Wingy says if you don't want to make the client, fine. But at least let us use a compatibility layer to play the game. That's it. Already got another wormhole as I'm sitting here chatting, maybe? Jeez Louise. Just a random sig popped up. Sheesh. Alright. Okay, keep an eye on that. What's up, Wingy? My AMD is working real good on Linux, but keeps crashing sometimes with heavier games. Yeah. Really? There are fewer versions of Linux you have to care about, basically Debian, Fedora, and Arch and their branches. Fewer versions of... Wait, what are you comparing this to? Because I think we were talking about switching from Windows. I mean, there's like no choice in Windows. You're just talking about like the base level distros and their various downstream apparati. Hold on, what was that terminal level Pathfinder app? Yeah, I use a CLI mapper. I have something I built. Let me show it to you. It's on my GitHub if you want. Zedekiss says use the base level distros. I'm not understanding what your point is. Are you suggesting people don't use downstream things and to use base level distros? This is the mapper I use. It's a bash script that outputs a tree command that basically shows you the map that you've built. But the premise of this is instead of like using an actual data structure, I use bash to create folders, and each folder is the signature. So if there's a sig called ABC and it's a vast frontier, I would make a folder called ABC vast frontier. And then when I want to actually look at the data structure, I would just print the tree command. It's just for fun, but I use it actually every day. I don't use Wonder anymore for myself. You're multitasking? No worries. On top of the distros, you also have X versus Wayland, different window managers. It's debug hell for a game developer, assuming that's what you're saying. The truth is, I don't really know the differences from a developer's point of view between Windows and Linux. I personally don't think it's much different. You're still dealing with coded binaries, right? You're talking to different APIs, I guess. But I can say that I don't expect any game developer to like create an X client and a Wayland client or whatever. I don't expect that at all. I just expect them to be able to work with Proton. Like, there's no reason to disable it. If they offer you a job, would you work for CCP for Eve? No. Why would they offer me a job? Hold on. Wait, why would they offer me a job? This is a first for me. People talk about CSM because, you know, all followings do that. Would my full-time job be making one episode of a Nomad Tale a year? All right, now we're talking. 80 G's a year, I'll make an episode of a Nomad Tale. Done. Because you the shit, bro? All right, yeah, I got you. No. No, I'm annoying to CCP. I was like trying to report bugs and stuff, and I'm pretty critical. They don't want anything to do with me, but it's okay. I'm just a player at the end of the day. It's probably a better relationship. What distro do you recommend for a Windows drop? There's 3 distros we kind of recommend on the Linux Discord. If you are afraid of switching, as in you're terrified, as in you're so used to Windows and you think it's going to break, we recommend Linux Mint. If you are not afraid of switching and just want all the stuff, we recommend CachyOS. And if you are petrified of breaking your config and want to be able to reboot it and get back to where you were and not break it on updates, we recommend Bazite. Now, there's a million distros. They're all great. I don't care which one you use. We recommend them because they seem to have the fewest problems. Quite frankly, as long as you don't use an Ubuntu-based an Ubuntu distro, not even, you can use Ubuntu based. Mint is Ubuntu based, but if you use Ubuntu, you're gonna have problems with our methodology. So you can still get it all to work though. But our write-ups are for non-Ubuntu stuff generally because they have a couple strange things in there. You should join the Discord. It's shocking. It is eye-opening how easy it is. I'm gonna do a new video about distros probably February. Yep. No Fedora. Well, Fedora doesn't really offer any advantages for us, and I used Fedora probably for the longest myself. It's just a hassle to have to explain to people that if you're using NVIDIA, you have to tap into the RPM Fusion repo and grab the drivers. It's just, I like their ethos. I just don't think it has anything to do, here it's Linux Discord. I just don't think it's perfect for like the first, baby's first distro. Whereas Kashi, like, it is a one-click installer for Arch, and Bazai is like impossible to fuck up. And then Mint is, Cinnamon and Mint is just a wonderful combo for people that are scared. So I don't recommend Fedora, even though I like Fedora personally. I don't recommend it just for that one extra step of the repo. I don't want to have to explain to a new bro they have to enable a repo. You know what I mean? However, this is just my advice. I'm new to Linux. I'm no authority. All I have going for me is that I have an audience of people that are somewhat interested in it, some of them, and I'm open to talk about it. So, Omarchy is good, both working gaming, almost any art you like, yeah. I've heard some sus shit about the Omarchy crew, though. I'll have to look into that. Mint was very nice to use off Mint for Pop way back. Yeah, Pop was hella popular 2-3 years ago for gaming, wasn't it? Fedora also kind of forces sell Linux and Firewall D on you, which are great, but it's extra learning curve. Yeah, I used Fedora with XFC X11 for like the first like 6-7 months of Windows or Linux, basically, which is kind of funny. Bit of an older school setup, right? With X11. I personally have preferences when it comes to desktop environments, but distros, I don't really care. If you give me a computer with any distro on it, I'd be fine. I'm just uninstalling packages, messing with config files no matter what. So, Subuki, we talking about that Linux right now. That Linux. That Linux. Oh yeah, the Omarchy guy has some like crazy far right ideologies. I'm not talking about like, you know, I'm not talking about like we like guns. I'm talking about like the bad stuff. But maybe the project will outgrow the leader, who knows? I'm actually okay with people using software, but you have to be from questionable sources, but you should at least be aware. He says, who cares? I care. I care, obviously, or I wouldn't be bothering with this fat persist. Yeah, I think, to finish my statement, I think it's okay to probably use software from people that have questionable views. Like, it's your choice. But a lot of us do care about where stuff comes from and who made it, right? The classic example in everybody's life is like separating the art from the artist. You use like Michael Jackson or Kanye. Some people can do that. Some people do that. Other people don't. And in Linux, it's like we have so much choice and we have so much openness. He says that's what divides Linux community. The fact that I care that Omarchy is headed by a guy with far right ideology. Damn, dude. You have a crazy perspective on this. All right, let's play. Let's play. So this is what kills and divides the Linux community in Fast Assist's mind. So an astute observer might go, what if we had incarnate Hitler leading a distro and it was great? You're using that distro? You don't care that the guy killed millions of people. You don't care. Fair. But I think that's crazy. And I think most people think that's crazy. To not care about who create unrealistic... Okay. Let's dumb it down here. Let's say you use a distro from somebody who, I don't know, committed a crime. And that bothers you. This is unrealistic comparison. What I think you're getting at is because you're not talking about like a bad person. You're talking about someone with political views, right? You're saying somebody with like undesirable political views shouldn't have their project ostracized because of what they think, right? You're not talking about condoning like violence, right? Obviously. Let's take a look at what Omarky's leader's views are. And we'll go through this together. Maybe it's not that crazy. I've heard it down the grapevine. I'm willing to learn. Maybe his views are not that nuts. What's up, Drat? But you tell me something's far-right ideology. I mean, come on. This isn't a electoral politics issue. Far-right ideology means one thing. He's just a person hard to talk with. Let's figure out what this guy believes. I'm trying to see if I can find some reputable source. I had him actively rejecting my pull request to Ruby on Rails. Well, I mean, you said my comparison is bad. I'm still waiting for an actual apt comparison. I'm trying to find the comments that he made. Like an actual reputable source. I'm doing a bad job of searching them. Are you up for a bank robbing story? Sure. Okay. So let's just look at an article from the person in question. This guy's name is David Hansen, all right? And I just want to be aware, like, you might have your own views and stuff, but I just want to be clear, like, we have a chatter here saying this is just a misunderstanding and he's a hard person to talk with, right? And that this is what's killing the Linux community, right? Now, I'm going to link this in chat because if anybody wants to fact check this, I'm going to link it in YouTube as well. I want you to skim through this, right? Just take a skim. I'm not going to read it. Just take a skim. This is a fact check. This is par for course, standard kind of European xenophobia, painted largely at X nationality, right? In this case, Pakistani, right? No, it's not great. It's basically just insane bigotry that nobody should ever condone, right? And this is just literally out there right now. This is brand new, right? And you can read this and maybe you're like, oh yeah, I want my British to be white and cool and none of these Pakistani gang rapes. You might think that and think this is fine, but you're wrong, right? This is a vile man who runs a software project, right? And I don't like him. And I think that people shouldn't use his software. I don't think that that phenomenon is actually responsible for dividing the Linux community, as our friend Fatser said here. And I just want to be clear because this is an insane chatter. Like, no question. You don't, number one, how does this make his product bad? We don't care about his product being bad. He could have made the best product on the planet. We don't want to use it because we don't like him. We don't support his views, which is something that you can't stop regardless of how upset it makes you that a far-right piece of shit xenophobic man got called out and nobody wants to use his project. Right? You can't stop us from enacting social justice against a man who talks like this. This is a learning moment for you. If you want, I know you've known him for years and you work with him and he thinks this is all good and you love his product, but your choice? Well, no, actually, it's your choice because your chat is literally projected onto the background right now of white supremacy. Like, you're literally surrounded by white supremacy right now. And you don't care about that. Let me ask you something. I'm a white guy. I'm a Caucasian. Are you also a Caucasian or no? I'm just curious. And this doesn't actually ruin the argument. I'm just wondering, are you also a white guy? Is that maybe why white supremacy doesn't matter to you? Okay. Understood. No doubt. Not everybody's born white, and this type of stuff is fucking terrifying to them. And I care about them to the point where I'll hold people that create products that denigrate them and treat them as subhuman. I will hold those products accountable in whatever form I see fit. You can, of course, say it's not a problem to you, but I would have to wonder, why is white supremacy not a problem to you? Would be my question for you. I don't like work or BLM crap. So you're just the racist. No problem, man. Listen, we have one thing for people like you, and that's a permanent ban. People that start talking like this, you don't belong here, right? I'm happy to clap you up and go back to the good vibe stuff. On this channel, we care about everybody. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care how tall you are. I don't care what gender you are. I care about you. And people that treat you as subhuman, I will not support them. Okay? Period. Fatster says, have a great day. Enjoy being a groiper piece of shit. I think Nick Fuentes probably needs you in his chat right about now. So we'll wait for you to go over to YouTube and cry about it next, moron. Thanks for curating a great community, Cloak. Yeah, sorry I was so mean there, but I can't. I mean, listen, I set him up for failure there. You can't get out of this as a white supremacist. I will literally win every single time on my channel because I have the ban hammer chat. Come on now.
Autopilot.
Thank you, anonymous gifter. Ukununaka picking one up. We haven't even played Eve yet. I've already banned somebody. Dude, this is unreal. I am such a fucking tyrant. I will deliberately stop using the better product for some alternative. That's fine. You know what? Here's an example. I'm gonna steel man the supremacist argument. Listen to this. Check this out. I simultaneously think that it is horrible to wholesale kill our animals in a factory farming setting and to sell them off to be... I think it's horrible the way we do that. I still eat meat. The only difference between me and the guy I just banned is that I'm willing to call myself a piece of shit for doing that. And I know this is just avant-garde. You guys don't have to agree with this. He's not willing to see that he's a piece of shit for using Omarchy, despite it being obviously headed by a white supremacist. And this is not an article he posted in jest and deleted. It's still out there. That's the difference between me and this chatter. I'm willing to admit that when I can't do something morally right, I'm happy to hold myself morally accountable for it. This guy, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. Fuck him. I love you guys. You know what's funny is, like, I don't even talk about woke crap here unless somebody actually is like bigoted. You ever notice that? I never ever talk about like identity politics and being woke unless somebody like crosses the line like that and walks into it. It's funny, you know? They do it to themselves. The other people here that hang out, they never have to like argue or deal with this because they're not pieces of shit. How funny how that works. Do you guys think EVE Online has more players that love you or more players that hate you? You talking about gay baiting your audience and other shit? Quit lying. I do gay bait my audience. There's nothing bigoted about saying I gay bait my audience. Well, hold on, wait. Do you think saying gay baiting is bigoted? Come on. You must be teasing. Bro, if you can clip me saying a single thing bigoted on this channel ever, I'll give you $1,000. I think being gay is bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can we get a YouTube mod over here? Can we get a YouTube mod? Any YouTube mods in the chat? What is gay baiting? Gay baiting would be like flirting with gays as a straight guy. Literally just cheesing. As long as it's for fun. I don't see any issue with it. He says ban me. Yo, he literally showed up in YouTube. I can't believe it. All right, so you are a bigoted piece of shit. So you think being gay is bad. You condone white supremacy. Okay, no doubt. No doubt. No, it's the same guy. Man, dude, today's crazy. Imagine being so mad you go over to YouTube. Dude, I love that. That's actually the best part about having YouTube stream is that people go over there after they get banned and cry. Yeah, Blackish Pariah is the white guy that was on Twitch. Correct. Correct. Anyway, here, have a 24-hour timeout, you clown. Man, it costs nothing to not be a piece of shit. It really does. Every single day, I go around not hating gay people. It's crazy. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I guess I did tell him to, Gravy. You're right. Fuck. FG says mod me. We have so many mods. Fuck it. All right. Last mod. Anyway, I know most people are sick of hearing about race and sexuality. I get that. Honestly, me too. But here's the problem. I'm at a crossroad in my life where I can just go with the flow and enjoy who I am and be like a white guy making it worse, or I could stand and actually literally just do the bare minimum and call people out for their insane views. Thank you, FG. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about it now. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Let's do a little bit of gas, shall we? What do you say? A little bit of gas as a treat from me to you? I don't even have a fleet formed. Oh my goodness. Guys, we're playing Eve today. We're not just being woke idiots. Don't worry. You know, I guess I'm stun locked. I'm stun locked. It's fucking over. I'm stun locked. But like, I just want to be like, we have people on the right side of politics that enjoy this stream. That's only possible if I'm not an annoying fuck. Anyway. Much love. Touch grass, huff gas. Legendary. All right, we in the place. We in the building. Bro. I'm gonna end up on Reddit eventually for one of those bops, and I can't wait to watch that. Let's go do a BFR. BFRs are such a treat. They have delicious gas and small amounts of it. What's up, Grim? Merry Christmas, buddy. Have a fun stream. Thank you. I've been, has this been a fun stream? I'd say this has been a fun stream. Although I'd prefer not to have anybody like that coming in chat. I guess gulagging them is fun. By the way, before you ask, when I say gulag, gulags are bad. That's a joke. I'm sorry. I don't condone gulags, alright? Okay? Alright, chat? Work camps are not good. That's a bad thing. But so is incarceration. I want to say, what do we have? What do we got? Like 5% of the world population in our country? Sorry, in my country, US. We got like 5% of the people in the world. But I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have 25% of the incarcerated people in the world. Those are some crazy numbers, dude. We're putting up some crazy prison numbers, bro. Like, that's impressive. Those alts better. Work. Someone said work camps are only good if they're for your alts. Alright, fair. Honestly, even alts don't deserve the work camp. I think alts are people too. You know who deserves the work camp? Politicians who let the people down. That's who deserve the work camp. Prison is the exception only. Slavery is illegal only unless you're in prison, yeah. Telling the 13th Amendment to people that aren't American, even some Americans, is pretty funny. It literally says slavery is banned unless they're incarcerated. It literally says that. It's so fucking wild. Just because today is a clarification day so I don't get clip chimped. Slavery is fucking awful, and chattel slavery was one of the worst iterations of it. Anyone who thinks work camps are okay deserve the work camp. Yeah, I mean work camp is basically a death camp. Play stupid games, win super prizes. As someone who's been yelled at here, I really enjoy that. Yeah, no doubt. What can you do? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Scotty's you know, a perfect example of someone who probably still enjoys the show and isn't bothered by what I do here, because he literally doesn't hate people from what I can tell. It's so easy. Anyway, I'm done. I mean, we all hate people, but hopefully not for demographic purposes. I mean, come on. Where's the logic in that? Use your brains. You're EVE players. You guys are all smart. Find a reason to hate somebody. For example, for me, you can hate me because my hairline is pristine. See that? If I do that, it's perfect. See that? Man, he's so good. But then, like, it starts to reveal itself. I mean, true debate's logic rather than emotion. Yeah, I mean, I think a debate could be benefited from both, right? I mean, emotion is terribly persuasive and even useful as a communicator sometimes. But yeah, I mean, the logic side interests me a lot, obviously, as a reformed debate bro. If she says I'm black and enjoy being here, you have a great community, hell yeah. Tim the Tatman 2019 hair tie antenna is peak pog. Peak pog. That's amazing. Oh god. Love this fucking life. Oh, he DM'd me too. Fuck, he DM'd me too. So he DM'd me, it says, you didn't even care to read my message to the end before raising the band hammer. I'm bad after that, man. That's just not serious for a person of your age. Alright, well, no worries. I'll block him, I guess. And just to be clear, if you missed that and was wondering why I banned somebody for like liking a package manager or a compositor, it's because he said a guy who wrote an article about Pakistani gang rapes in Britain and how like this is like the major problem replacing white, all this shit. Just read it. It's out. He basically read, he knew that was a thing. He's like, no, that's fine. He's just misunderstood. Go away. Sometimes you need to sit in the corner. It's true. Sometimes I need to sit in the corner. We need a mechanism in chat to where they can all like vote, and if it's like 99%, I have to go sit in the corner for 5 minutes. This is what's killing the Linux community? Yeah. And you know who says stuff like that, Wingy? Is people that are ashamed of their politics. At least in a social setting they're not familiar with. Do a poll. One thing I like about EVE, the international community, I used to fly with alliances that was made of American, Canadian, English, and Greek pilots, one hilarious Dutchman. You know, Zedekiss, this is an awesome comment because EVE is a single server game. That's not common. Which means everybody has to work together and time zones are, you know, linked together, right? The fact that this game has such a worldwide presence is gotta be one of its coolest factors, and I'm happy you point that out, because lord do I take that for granted. What's up, SBT? How you doing? I can't understand how people go through life hating people just reading different. I think we learn anything. We'll learn anything. If you have people that teach you to hate the color purple, you'll hate it. That's what I think. There's nature, but we're a lot of nurture, man. So if you have people that were taught to hate, they're gonna teach to hate. It's that simple. Calories in, calories out. You can't explain that, you know? Some shit's just simple. You know, there's a lot of arguments in politics and theory and everything else to talk about why having family-raised children is good and bad, right? It's good because you got that love and that tightness and that rapport. But it's bad because you don't get exposed to a lot of ideas. You don't get a lot of cross-checking. Eve is interesting in that vein because we have a lot of cross-checking culturally with what's going on in the game. There's very few. There was a China server. Yeah, there is. There's a one exception. Yeah, but everybody else. And also the China server is not. It's not like all China players play there. A lot of them play here now too. But it is fascinating, you know. And of course, you see people in Eve that are like, you know, China bad or whatever, you know, or F the Russians because of the wars and whatnot, whatever. But you also see people that view each other as players too, which is kind of cool. It's almost like there's a player class consciousness here where we can kind of all sort of just play the game. I know it's not everybody's like that, but for me that's a huge appeal because I feel connected to people, not governments, not land. Not like the sins of your fathers. I really don't feel connected to that. I'm cognizant of it, but I'm not. It's not like what is interesting about people. And Eve has a lot going for it in that vein. So just cool to appreciate that. Zedekiss, good comment. Len with the follow. Grim says they forced me to have meetings at 8 hours. 8-hour meetings? That's not a meeting. That's a work shift, bruh. What the fuck? Oh, he said he was joking about the work camps. Okay. He's like, yeah, I'm about to do an 8-hour meeting. It's like, bro, that's no longer a meeting. Lego says I hate asparagus. Nobody taught me that. Oh, okay. Well, no, I said there's nurture. There's nature to it too. But when it comes to, let's just say, like people hating others of race, I think that's a learned behavior. I think it's exclusively learned. And I think it's a great shame because you get shitty people of all color, bruh. And there's all types of systemic racism out there, and there's exceptions to everything you've ever heard. But goddamn, bro, people are awesome. They have a powerful brain, they have stories and love to give. And some people are shit. They're just assholes. They kill people. But a lot of people are really, truly awesome and fascinating. They may not be the smartest person, they may not, like, you know, have the best whatever, but people are kind of cool. And I think it's important to, like, remember that when you see people that are just like, I hate all people of this class or of this color. It's like, well, you're doing yourself a big disservice there. Got a dash, dude. See a drat? Yeah, no doubt. Just scoop us some gas. Maybe we'll go on a little fleet skis later. That'd be kind of cool. I know people always fiend for those. What's up, Spectral Stargazer? What I love about Eve is the players create the lore. Hell yeah. Swedish says, how you been? I've been good, mister. Been good. We just had like a heated little debate there. Equal opportunity offender. What's up, Senia? Seniasin, maybe? Biggest pitfall is thinking cultural difference is inferior in ignorance, yeah. Well, that's the top behavior, yeah. And like, I just like to be on, like, you know, there's also like the dumb, like primitive side of things where you like, let's just say for example, you're like a small boy and you're thrown into the woods, nobody to raise you. And you see like tall people and short people. And the short people are terrible to you your whole life. And the tall people are really nice to you. It's like you might learn to hate short people. But that's way different than being conditioned. That's just like a classical survival response, like which is never the case in humanity. You might live in a very dangerous area, but generally, even still, it has nothing to do with ideology, or it has nothing to do with like birth traits. It has to do with like their ideology of the people. Anyway, I'm becoming too annoying, aren't I? We're gonna have no viewers here. Watch, everybody's gonna leave. He's talking about people. God, I hate that. Shut up and fucking scoop the gas, asshole. Boo! Found a metamorphosis medium Yasma skin for 99 million in Jeddah. Someone put it up for 100 million lower than normal. Whoa. You shopping for like a, what was that skin for? You like that ship? Randy Newman has an interesting song about short people. I've heard an interesting song about strange people. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly out in the cold. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, do 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 do. That's gotta hit extra right for YouTube people where there's no background music. You see how confident I am? I said that's gotta hit extra right. I thought I'd see how much it was listed in Jet and you just noticed it. Yeah, those medium Miasma skins do, they do go a little crazy sometimes. I guess they're starting to give out scope syndication ones. Should we get out of it? Yo, I should give out a few of those venture skins for Christmas. Those ones I've been barely giving out. What else should I give out on Christmas? I'm gonna ban subscriptions and hype trains. I'm gonna find a way to turn it all off on Christmas and just only give, no take. I'm thinking skill injectors. I'm thinking the venture skins, which are so fucking dank. I can't even get over how dank they are. Maybe some Plexarino. 1 hour and 3 minutes until my new Sleipnir skin is sequenced. They went up ever since you pointed them out, bro. What, the ventures? No way. Yo, Zeticus, I looked back just now, well, before the stream. That skin actually does look really nice across other ships. I personally think it looks better on some of the other ones than even the Hurricane. Even though the Hurricane is godly. Well done, sir. Bro, dude says short kings rock. True. You know, I was born tall, so like my whole life I have no idea what it's like to be short, and I think it just sucks for a dude. There's no way out of it. You gotta make up for it. There's no way out of it. But you gotta make up for it. But you can't be too extra because then people call you fucking Napoleon complex. You just gotta be yourself, but understand that, like, you know, it's like missing out on having, like, you know, great hair or something. You spawn 6 foot. I'm 6'3", G. Does look better on some of the other ones. I really like on the Firetail and the Rifter. Yeah, on the frigates it was nuts. Maybe because of the scaling. Nick Sad, how you doing? Sub homies, happy holidays and much love. You too. You too. It's nice of you to come by and say. My chatters are so nice. Except for that one guy. Short kings eat less? Ooh, true. True. It's true. I don't know. In my experience, I'm gonna keep it real here. You know, I'm no fucking Rico Suave. I've had partners and stuff in the past. I have a amazing partner now I want to, you know, stay with forever, right? She's awesome. But generally women, it's just my opinion, in a heterosexual, heteronormative way, women generally don't select based on looks for long-term partners. Just saying. That's just my opinion. Men, it's a bigger factor. So, like, you know, the short king is like, you really gotta, it's like, you know, dudes that obsessed about how big their ding-dong is. It's like, that's really not part of the selection for 99% of women, you know? So it's more about your own confidence and just finding a way to get past it. It's hard. Like, when my hairline started going, it's like, well, what the fuck? Now I'm, like, over it. Just trying to reassure some of the single folk for the holidays, you know? Show people build muscle faster. Yeah, that's why dwarves are ripped in video games. I only play dwarves in Baldur's Gate 3 at this point. Because I fucking love that body type, bro. I also love gnomes. What's up, Mega Cactus? How you doing? Zedekiah says, try this, stoop down about 5 foot and walk around your home like that and see what the world looks like from that perspective. It's wild. Yeah, no doubt. I want to say I've done that a few times, this perspective thing. What I mean specifically, I'm just cutting right to the chase. It's like the whole social side of it. Dating or whatever. People picking on you because you're short. What's your Pioneer fit? I use Outrider. Just scoops and boosts and props. Nothing crazy. Should be able to see all of it here if I move my face out of the way. There you go. I got a video coming out pretty soon that talks about this ship incessantly, so got plenty of content coming up if you're into that. We're gonna kind of fly right past these rats, so we may have to do a El Busharino. Short kings think about dumbbells and they become yoked. Well, there's that too. I'm just trying to say, like, you know, there's just some shit there's no getting out of, you know? And somehow I got out of the height thing. Just like any other privilege or advantage you get in life, you don't really notice it. You only notice it when it's not there. Is that the new destroyer? Yeah, this is the new Tech 2 destroyer. This command destroyer that, this, boosts really well. Has bonus boosts. And, has a bunch of luxury fitting options, and it's really good. Huge upgrade for me. You won't be able to get this till May? Well, at least it's dirt cheap now. People were selling it a little overpriced on launch, as they do. Should check out Get Off My Lawn. They're all about gnomes. Oh, the group? Yeah, lawn. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. I never thought about their gnome memes. How much is it now? It's like 60, 70 mil, isn't it? Super cheap. I mean, a Tech 2 gas setup now is cheap and affordable and highly efficient. If you have the ability and knowledge to roll Tech 2 scoops in a meager setup, I mean, I'll make content about this eventually. I'm in no rush to make content, though. I'm not like trying to roll stuff out and farm views or whatever. I'll eventually make another topic about wormhole gas, and you're going to see what Tech 2s can really do. I don't use them because whatever. I have too much money sitting around. I don't know what to spend it on. But 2 years ago, if this came out, I would have been balls deep, excuse me, ladies, about these mutaplasmas and how to get residue lower. So. Good to see you, Kondo. Sorry for the intense start to the stream. You know, I'm doing the best I can, but I cannot help myself. When somebody walks into my space and starts like, oh, white supremacy is not that bad. I'm sorry. Every time. Show us how to do dread routing in C6 and 5. So I've never done that, but I know how it works exclusively. At least the safety side of it, right? Just real broad strokes. You got to close off the wormholes and watch for SIGs. You should probably, if you want to do it, you should probably have 3 Naglfar fleet issues and as an each or whatever setup you want. Moros or something. You probably want to run 3 or 4 dreads. If you're going to do it, go in for a penny, in for a pound. The loss is catastrophic regardless. And what I would do is case yourself out a couple wormholes, find out if anybody's actively ratting by a variety of reconnaissance techniques I'm not going to go into because I hold them close to my heart. And then you move in and start ratting with the wormholes closed and take the loot and be done. That's it. Now, you don't even have to descan. You know, I'm doing it right now, actually. Like, right now, I'm doing the same thing you do when you're dread ratting. You ignore all the signatures and wait for a new one to pop up. And as soon as it pops up, you finish the site and leave with dreads. You can't actually unsiege and leave because of all the points. So the idea is you close all the wormholes so there's no way in or out. And you wait for a connection to actually spawn, and then you immediately end your ratting. It's in Marauders, it's extremely safe. In Tech 3 cruisers, Praxis, and below, you don't even bother rolling the holes. You just go for it. You don't really think close to your hut? Yeah, so well, the reconnaissance thing? Yeah, I mean, I have a few techniques I use to catch players and to, like, do information and stuff that will inevitably play a big part in some Nomad Tail stuff. Yeah, I have secrets. But I do reveal everything in time. For example, like the exploit I discovered, true strange safes, everything gets revealed. But I'm usually playing with mechanics for months before I, like, cover them. Damn, he's back again. Bro, you gotta be careful because I'm gonna find your if you keep messaging me, I'm gonna go and ask CCP to find your Eve information. Bro, stop. This is bad what you're doing. You, are no longer welcome here, no matter what. He DM'd me, he messaged me 2 times on YouTube, and he threw a fit on Twitch. Wow. Bro, leave me the fuck alone. I have no love for bigots. Honestly, bro, as far as bigots go, white supremacists is pretty ridiculous. I'm tired of talking about you. I'm tired of thinking about you. Stay the fuck away. Dude, next time you DM me, I'm gonna just put in a request for the partner server. And report you. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Dude, his dumbass literally has his name registered to his fucking Twitch account. Dude, knock it off is my advice. Because what you're doing is breaking Eve's rules. That's the last time I'm gonna talk to you. Yeah, he's got a joke about anal rape as his name, too. What fucking factory do they cook these people up in? Highly applicable name. How much this hour do you make gas money on average? Bro, it's gone up a lot. It's gone up a lot. Entrepreneuria. The truth is that, what are my numbers? Let me see if we can find my numbers real quick and I'll show you. You guys are adorable, by the way. Sorry I'm being mean or whatever. The guy. Whatever. I'm trying to find something real fast before I talk about it. Sorry for the delay here. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Sheesh on a leash. I'm big trash. 37.2, there you go. All right. So, if we go over to the Fulari calculator, I have updated this, by the way. So, my current rate is 37.2 M3 a second, and I have 50,000 M3 cargo hold between the prospects, and the residue chance is 0. So, technically, right now, I'm able to make a billion ISK an hour, technically, with these 5 characters. Now, in gas, it doesn't work that way. You gotta find it, you gotta store it, you gotta take it on and off, right? Historically, I've made about 75 million ISK per character per hour. That's the normal rate. It's really high now because we've got a lot of extra intake, right? When this was something lower, like, I don't know, like 16, we were making a lot less. But understand that if you want to recreate these numbers, you are setting yourself up for failure because I have implants in, I have scoops that are worth billions each, and I have 11 scoops. So do not do this if you're trying to make money. This is just to have fun and push the limit and to kind of throw myself a little bit and talk about the mechanics. But I have updated the gas spreadsheet, and I want to talk about that because it's not perfect. You may remember that the old gas sheet kind of broke it down by scoops and stuff you would fill out. The new one, we can't do that anymore because we have mixed setups, like the Outriders are scooping. We also have mixed residues, which I still have not figured out how to account for. Right now, I'm just having you average it together and get an idea, but it's not perfect. For example, if you have a high residue on your prospects but low on your Magus, you'd have to actually average the residue by M3 and normalize it first, which I have not done. And also, we're only counting the bays of your mainline mining ships because the Outrider will never fill up this bay. This is not going to fill up. It's 20,000 M3. So we're only concerned about filling up the prospects. So this is the new system, and it's not perfect, of course. But the idea is to let you guys keep using it. So you should be able to add all of your scoops together and then put the number here. And then put the combination of your prospects are over here. And if you're using tech to use scoops, just try to average your residue together. Do your best. This should get you up to speed with the current gas. If you need a sheet. Let me post this on YouTube as well. What's up, mostly chill whales? How are you? Sorry for the bad vibes today with the person. My bad. I was being aggressive and I should have just ignored it and banned him. Why is the residue thing implemented counterintuitively? Shouldn't back equipment skills equal more residue? How good are Outriders for scooping? So they're, you know, fully kitted, fully boosted. They're about half a prospect, which is great because you got to run this shit anyway to boost, so you get a free half a prospect. No bad vibes? Cool, cool, cool. Do you have implants in to get your Outrider the MS? So I actually do use implants on the Outrider, but they're not snakes or nomads. They're actually halos. Which is for Jedi mind tricking, which you'll learn about in Nomad Tale 16. Gotta let the vibes out the clip. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't really attract too many people that are edgy here. And usually people that are edgy, just tone it down for me. That's all I ask. But some people need to die on the hill whenever they can. It's weird. And it's just a weird, because I have control over this space. I'm not used to that, so. Dictator Chloro gonna clap. Can I take on the kind of enemy fleet? Yeah, so Hilo, I'm not really sure about the residue mechanics. I think it's just poorly thought out, brother. All of the gas stuff currently. I think they're going to do a pass on it one day. I hope so. I hope they reduce the amount we can scoop. And, you know. You know, if they reduce the amount everybody scoops, it just helps gas scoopers. Like, this current patch was actually a big nerf to us, technically. Because unless you're like me and max it out, you're now not making the same as everybody else. Per hour. Just saying. It sucks, but that's just how it be. Whenever there's a technology, now we're going to go into a little theory, but whenever there's an increase in an advantage, an innovation, excuse me, in technology, the idea is like, okay, well now we can work smarter and make more money, but what happens is the market or the powers that be or Papa capitalism manages to take over and say, hey, look, now the entire industry relies on you using this and we're going to pay less per hour to do it because the way the commodity interacts with the rest has not changed. Is there any tips to finding covert sites? You mean ghost sites? Yeah, that's lucky. Yeah, that's lucky, mate. Yeah. So there's no trick at all, although I'd say, you know, I have talked to people that can find them like a ton per week. In JSpace, it's strictly a byproduct of how often you scan. So if you're somebody that builds big maps for your corporation or goes hunting for like stuff, you're going to run into a fair amount of them, probably, especially depending on what space you end up in. In K-Space, high sec, I've never seen a way to game them in high sec, plus they're not worth it. In low sec? Yeah. Yeah, running routes, you can pretty much print ghost sites. Well, one of my episodes of a Nomad Tale, I won't say which one. One of them, we talk about that. I show you in depth how to kind of make them happen over and over again. It requires a bunch of scanning, but more cleverly, it requires scanning of the same exact systems over and over and over again, relentlessly to see them pop up, because nobody else is scanning like you, right? I guess I'm just going to be the annoying woke stream, whatever, I don't care, fuck it. I'm just trying to have fun, folks, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to have a good time. I'm just trying to have a good time. I should take some Advil because I got a little headache. That guy gave me a headache. Bastard. So the BFR is almost cooked, right? It's pretty much toasted. So let's run over there, finish it off. And then I got a couple other gas clouds in here. Maybe there's still around. I haven't been paying attention. Yesterday we scooped gas for hours and hours and hours and hours. I made a shitload of gas. We got a lot of money. A lot of moolah. How come you only produce one Nomad Tail a year? Rumble? Yeah, good question. 1 a year isn't enough? I love you. Yeah, so somebody else asked this question on YouTube, but they phrased it much less nicely. So the answer is shortly. I'll make it really simple, and then I'll talk about it more. The short answer is that making an episode of Nomad Tale takes me hundreds of hours of labor between filming it, planning it, editing it, checking it, reviewing it, publishing it, going after the fact, interacting with people. It is a major event in my puny little insignificant life. So one side of it is, yeah, it's just too much to do it more often. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for clout. I don't do it for following. I released the first 4 or 5 episodes. No, I didn't have anybody watching, just like 10 people subbed to the YouTube, whatever it was. I do that for me and people like it, and that's that. We'll leave it at that. So I don't do it more often because it's too much. I also don't do it too often because I feel like it would make the videos worse. Personally. The idea of like chilling on my own off series for a while and like just learning some stuff and coming back with some new goodies or coming back with new fresh ideas is important because I take breaks, you know? A 24-hour around-the-clock showing a vlog of my JSpace stuff would be tremendously dull at this instance. I think the first 10 episodes did a great job of seeing what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and then after that, it's about what can I do with these tools. That's just kind of like my perspective on it. So there's even more reasons why we can't do it more than once a year. But I obviously love the idea that you'd want to see more, and I think I would want to see more, but as the person making it, no shot. I'm gonna do it once a year. And, you know, During the rest of the year, we're going to make videos about cool mechanics, either from the series that weren't fleshed out or I learned more about, or things I do on stream, or just things I want to talk about. So you'll still see me throughout the year, but the series is like... Yeah. It's an event. Once a year. That's the best I got for you. Love you though, Rummel. Good question. Here for a good time, not a long time. Ghost sites or anomalies are usually further away from celestials and other sites. Yeah, that's interesting, Rack. Wormhole's also going to be, you know, more than 4. They can be like 5, 6 as well. Ghost sites are one that can be extremely far away. It's really obvious too. Also, like Silent Battleground. That's cool that you know that. If you see anomaly that's really far away from the rest, yeah, that's cool. Rack, good advice. I had to go to a blue screen of death mid-mission my Chronos while in Bastion. Yikes! Any tips? I'm just solo, I'm always in Wormhole. Yeah, so if you're in Wormholes, it's just gonna be hard to find, ghost sites. I bet if you go in a lot of C1 space, you'll probably see more than in 5. 2, or even 3. The ones that people live in are the ones where you'll see the fewest. It bounces around way too much. You'll never find a pocket where one got caught up in. Hey, we killed the cloud. Hooray. I'm gonna fly away until the rats disappear because I love them and I care about their well-being as well. Also, I've never flown a Chronos. It's pretty manly, dude. That's kind of like man-coded, the Chronos. What do you guys think? Any ladies like the Chronos? I feel like ladies would like the Golem. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm genderifying marauders randomly. C1 through 3 have the most relic and data sites? True. Yeah, of course. They have, they're the only ones that spawn pirate relic and data sites in the first place besides shattered wormholes. But specifically for ghost sites, yeah, I'm pretty convinced that they're distributed by region. That's my take. So you would look for classes that are less inhabited, that have lots of regions. C1 fits the bill. Finding a ghost site is a good way to make a deep save. Well, yeah, I mean, if you get a seg that spawns off, sure, I like it. But, you know, I mean, I recommend making abyssal saves. It's harmless. The only time I recommend silly stuff like, I shouldn't say silly. The only time I recommend making saves off of like incursions, missions, maybe a sig that spawn far away is if you're not up during downtime. If you're up during downtime, you should learn how abyssal saves work. Are you still using Orca plus Small Tower as a base? So, you know, I have a series that goes into this, and I'm assuming like you watch the first couple. These days I mostly float around in safe spots, right? So it's a little bit different vibes. Yeah, let me see if I can show you. Yeah. So like for example, if we have, I'm trying to do this properly if I can. So if we have like a normal system here and you have all like your signatures in there and like your celestials, like if you're relying on random save spots, right? Like, for example, mission save spots in specific systems, you're playing the game against people that have save spots that look like this, right? Like, you can't really compete with this. Number one, I can see anywhere that people are via the normal methodologies, and also, we can pretty much hide from anybody, and it's just mathematically impossible they're going to randomly get a hold of you, right? The rats are still here, holy shit. Chronos is tungsten balls. Okay. Alright. That better not be like a male genitalia joke. I'll fight you. I'll fight you so good, you're gonna wish I didn't fight you so good. So yeah, I love the idea of Orca Small Tower. I call this stick whaling. This is the stick, this is the whale. But these days, I like to just stay building free. But I still think this is the coolest way to play with a few accounts. I'm into exploration, ratting, using Ishtars at the moment. I feel I'm missing out on a lot by not having a second account. Juge, yeah. So the truth is, yes, you are. The truth is that, you know, playing with one account is, in this game, like a challenge mode. It's like playing hardcore in another game kind of thing. It's weird to communicate this to players that join, but like, this is a game for multi-boxers. Whether it should be, that's another story. That doesn't mean you can't play solo with one account. It just means things are going to be harder for you. So anybody that tells you can play with one account and it's all fine, they're lying. Having a second account is incredibly important for playstyles and multi-boxing. But also understand that you can have an amazing time single boxing. You can have an amazing time playing on one account, especially if you have friends. You're from Brazil, Omega is super expensive. Yeah, just play one account, man. Especially if the economy is rough and you can't afford it. Like, play one account, make some friends, right? Stay away from capitals if you can help it. And just love this game, bro. I would have a good time on one account. I would. Used to make my save spots by burning. Yeah, no, this is another ball game, the Abyssal saves, right? These are like 20 AU away from the furthest Celestial. It's not like unscannable. If you're playing with one account, you're going to want lots of friends. Yeah, I mean, even just a couple would be a good start. Playing with one account is how a lot of people play, and it's extremely awesome. It's just, you can't do all that multi-boxing shit you see everybody doing, and there's no way out of that. Let's see if one of these, let's just do the minor perimeter. That's cool. Once you get on your feet, you can play 3 accounts without you can plex 3 accounts without too much work. I kind of push back on that. Now, listen, it is true that you can plex accounts in this game, but I like to push back on the idea that you can do it without effort. I think it takes talents and skills to plex accounts effortlessly, and most people with the time and knowledge they have would struggle to do it. Now, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from doing a plex thing. We have probes, shit. Let me just warp the crew off instead, and we'll come back and do these in a little bit if these people leave. It's not worth it for a couple shitty gas sites at this phase. What's up, Cricks? I found those sites with the big payouts and NPC timer hooked me, and then they've hidden ever since. Ghost sites? Yeah, they're freaking incredibly hard to track down. If it plex 3 accounts, it'd be more than 350. Yeah. I'm trying to say that in your situation, I would get some good friends and learn how to play the game with one account and be cool with that. You're gonna feel pressure to have more than one account, but you don't need to succumb to it, is my point. I think it is the case that I am so far detached from a normal EVE player's experience across the world that like it's hard to even empathize. But I'm making an effort to right here. And the idea I think that keeps coming to mind is that like, hey man, this game is fun as shit and you can do some big things with homies. You can also do some low-key stuff on your own. Literally use a low-key. I'm not trying to just come. Yeah, you're welcome. And if anybody gives you a hard time about multi-boxing or you're not like playing the game how it should be played, you come here and let me know who they are. I'll come debate bro them. Selenium says PI's a good way to plex your account. Yeah, PI's listen. Selenium, you're so close to what I think is the way to say this to communicate. It is easy to subsidize your account. Right? It's not easy for a new player to plex their accounts. It could take years to get the skills and wisdom to do that, in my opinion. But you can subsidize your accounts by plexing every 2nd or 3rd month. Right? You get what I'm trying to say. I'm being pedantic, but I'm doing it in an attempt to make sure new players don't feel like they're useless because I can't plex 3 accounts, right? I'm just trying to be extra careful to them. And I think that's actually probably good that someone does that because it feels like a lot of the time when you watch EVE content, they're like, yeah, just make 4 billion ISK an hour and just pay for 20 accounts and like build a Titan. What are you, bad? How do I get 4 and 8 to plex my account? Become an EVE partner. And then the Iceland Vikings will come and deliver you plex. That's what happens to me every 3 months. They deliver 1,500 plex. OnlyFans? No, you're good. I'm gonna make an OnlyFans, don't worry. I talked to my girlfriend about it yesterday. She's like, alright, that's good. She didn't say that. She's like, oh, okay. Only gas. If I did some shit like that, it would be super funny and some tongue-in-cheek shit. But I don't want to. I have way too many ways to get money from you guys. Way too many already. The spiciest Fullerite. Eesh. I love that for me. Currently trying to stuff gas into ships right now. It's not exactly the easiest thing. I should probably keybind that key that they let us keybind, yeah? Not the easiest thing on the planet to do here, folks. So I got a bunch of gas in a bunch of ships. That's pretty cool. So what I should do instead is I'm going to log on Jack. Since somebody's scanning down the wormhole, I don't really feel like dealing with that. I'm going to log on Jack and maybe we'll hang out for a little bit. What key are you talking about? Condo, I'm not sure. What were we talking about, mister? Robbie SS and Alpha accounts? Hell yeah. Key. What was I talking about, key? I always caution new players against chasing the plex trap. Yeah, usually people do that, but it's like, oh, it'll become a grind. You will hate it. But I'm trying to tell you, it's not possible until you build up wisdom. Literally, by plexing your account, you are negotiating with players that are trying to spend money to get ahead. You are negotiating with them. You have to know how to negotiate with them via not like talking, but like understanding what the values are and how to, you know, not everybody can plex. The truth is, the more people that can plex their accounts, the harder it is to plex. Isn't that crazy? If you cared about like the market forces and you were scummy, you would tell people to not plex. You would. The more people that are trying to sell ISK and the fewer people that plex, the further it all goes, right? Someone, econ major can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not the best with economic stuff outside of the textbooks. Thandra was useless because learning curve must be learned. You're not useless, no shot. I'm just trying to explain to you that if you feel bad because you can't play E for free like all the other people, understand that, number one, most people don't play for free. The average EVE player spends $300 for this game, including the people that play for free. And number two, you're doing great. It's okay to pay for hobbies that you like. And EVE, even if you pay for 8 accounts, it's still actually not as expensive as other hobbies, which people love to make allegory to. I don't really like to compare MMOs to other hobbies. We've talked about it, but it's still cheaper than a lot of other stuff you'll do. So don't feel bad. Just don't spend more than you can afford. And when you play, try to have fun. Don't worry about getting caught up in the rat races. You'll probably just be like me and just enjoy the game. Having a chat kind of helps, though. Why are a lot of people obsessed with plexing their account? So there's 2 reasons why, Blackheart. The first is that there's a lot of young players and people in economies that do not have any money for this shit. Okay, so think teenagers and think people in economies where like they literally are scraping. So like I'm broke, but I'm not like living in like urban Brazil and have no money for like anything broke, right? There's different levels to it. One level is teenagers and young people and people that literally the money's not there. The other level is like some people just have this a fixation on doing it for free to kind of feel like they're getting away with something, not in a bad way, but in a good way, right? I'm probably one of those. I just like to plex it. Now, granted, I'm kind of subsidized now because I have so many freaking awesome fans and shit, but the point I'm trying to make is that I think there's 2 camps. One that literally can't afford the fucking plex. They can't afford to buy it. So they're just trying to play for free and get by. Power to them. It's hard. It's a grind. But if there's no jobs out there, or whatever it is in your locale, we understand you. If you're a kid, you don't have access to a credit card, we understand you. But the other side is people that just want to do it because it just seems awesome. And they don't want to just waste money when they could do it in game. Like the people that can like, they can, so they will. I think that those people get obsessed and the former people get desperate and the latter people get obsessed and smarmy about it. So the first people are like, they're like, oh my God, I need something to make ISK. I hate this game. The people that can do it just to do it, they're largely are the people that I push back on. The ones that are like, well, anybody can plex 10 accounts. What are you, stupid? Like those guys. How long did it take you until you plex? So in a Nomad Tale, I talk about plexing my accounts a lot. And I almost entirely plexed the first bunch of episodes. Yeah. It wasn't until much later where I started paying for them. I tell you in the series, like at the start, I basically sub one account with money and then I just go hack relics for like a week and just stack up a bunch of ISK and then start. Good to see you, Koname. Only fleets doesn't have a content. Bank rob is a good way to flex your account if you're good at it. And so that this applies for every methodology of plexing. If you can make a lot of money doing it and you're good at X activity, you can plex your account with it. I just like to push back on that. That's all. I mean, you guys know I make a bunch of money doing industry and stuff. Isn't that botting against, wait, what? When my account pays for itself, station trading with a self-developed app? No, that's not botting, no. So I have a ton of apps I've made that I use. Switching clients, I made that app. Switching all my spreadsheets, obviously I made. My mapper, I made. You're allowed to do anything you want as long as it doesn't send commands into the game. If you want a plex to go up, you can encourage other people to plex. I forget which way is which. Oh, keybind. I forget, Condor. I'm the worst. I'm sorry, buddy. I let you down. Usually once I say something on stream, I instantly forget it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, that's allowed. I'm not trying to be mean here. I lost my GF last night. Ooh. Did you get lanced? What happened? Maybe you don't want to talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, that's cool too. I probably would not want to talk about it. My reason for Plex is covert ops cloaking device. I love that. Are incursions still cracked? I don't think so. They're good though for high stack, I think. Never heard about Venezuelans paying E for money, only WoW. Yeah, I haven't been into the WoW thing. Is that like a thing, or do we have like Venezuelan homies farming gold out there? That's awesome. Good for them. Good for them. Make that Skrilla, bro. No, I don't condone it. I don't condone farming WoW for money, but I do think it's hilarious. A lot of people in low and null are very generous. They'll pay you for content. What's up, Hafiz? Konami says you can take a brand new account and plex it with ISK within 3 months, but you only spend 120 hours a month trying to make it average. Yeah, yeah, and right? Sometimes you might spend way more or fuck it up or spend more than you're trying to make. Other people might do it extremely easily, and it's just like, what I think is the best way to communicate this now would be to say that plexing your account is not the normal. It will never be the normal. And anybody that tells you it is normal to plex your accounts, they must be wrong. Now, it is common. It is widely done. There might be a strong plurality. But there's no way the average person, among all the players that play Eve, spend $300 and they all plex their accounts. We know that. Right? That means the average person pays for all their accounts and buys extra stuff. Yeah, no doubt, Blackheart. Yeah, if you're a guy, like let's say your white collar job, you're making like $110,000 a year, like it is impossible to understand why anybody would fucking plex their accounts. I'm not saying that's you, but I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. But there are, this is a global game, mate. There's kids in favelas that get internet that can run this shit on like their browser. You know, they can't fucking buy Plex. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no doubt. You got Lance on the gate. Oh, I hate that. A Cloaky Lancer. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know Cloaky Lancer was a thing until now. I got to go back and do my low sec video and include Lancers. Dude, I'm so sorry. Was it snuffed? Who was it? Venezuela play a lot of OSRS too? Yeah, no doubt. Hafiz. Das Bamba. Welcome to the stream. There was an article 10 years ago about how one WoW goal was worth more than one Venezuelan currency. Yeah, this happens in economies. This happens with MMOs going way back. Macros are not allowed, but key binding is built into the game. Yeah, you can rebind any keys you want. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah. I use my F keys to switch windows. I just don't input any commands with them. Rich kids with there's kids with rich parents that swipe mommy's credit card. Yeah, of course. They're called budding whales. They're whales that haven't grown yet. Plexing your account is normal, but no way. That's what, yeah, exactly. And we would know if plexing was normal. Why do we know? Because if it was normal, it would be harder to do. And it is hard, but it would be even harder. Not like, oh, I just been for, yeah, of course. Whatever it is, like, you can't relate anymore to like the kid in the favela. I get it. And honestly, neither can I. I'm just trying to do the whole logic thing. I'm like broke for local standards, but I still have everything I could ever need and more. I'm very happy. I like to remind people that if I got $1 billion and I kept it and didn't give it away, my personality would change overnight and I would be miserable. Like to other people. That's my opinion. I don't like it, but I think that's how it works. Some small Russian guild, lesson learned, never warp into a gate. God, I'm so sorry. Does Bama says if you like your time and do small gang PvP, plexing is a viable option to gain. Yeah, plexing is extremely viable. You know? Don't get it twisted. I think plexing is cool and admirable and you should do it if you like to do labor. You know why you should do plexing? Because when you plex, you are literally selling your labor to another player. So if I sell plex on the... Sorry, if I buy, if I sell the plex to you so you can get it a month, you are basically going and Ishtar ratting for me for like 100 billion hours. That's what you're doing for me. Now, could I have done that? Sure. But because of the way the socioeconomic, like stratified like layering works, people have a ton of money that are happy to do that. We all know how this works. Some of us have a ton of money or whatever it is that we can easily just be like, all right, you do this stuff for me. I'll pay you. You're almost working with them. You're almost working with them, right? Flex the plex. That sounds like something Laura would say. Is that a Lauraism? That sounds like a Laura statement. I swear to God, I can smell it. I know the dude too well. It was Laura? Oh, okay. If I pay for Plex, I can't afford high spinner. Yeah, no doubt, brother. Listen, I'm just saying, Favela, to really point the picture. I'm not trying to say anything about you in particular. I'm just trying to point the picture. Like, imagine like a youngster who got nothing for this, still trying to shoot stuff. When you Plex, it drives the price of Plex up, which means you get better at converting dollars into IS. Yeah, so one thing I'll say, if you are somebody in an economy or a youngster, if you can't afford to pay for your account, here's something to consider. You can have a lot of fun on Alpha and save up ISK, have no liabilities, and then Plex for the summer with a sale. If you're like a schoolboy or whatever, schoolgirl or whatever the hell you are. I'm just throwing that out there. You could grind up for a couple of seasons and then switch over to Omega ships and go back to Alpha. Alpha can do a lot of things. It's not useless. Far from it. In fact, Alpha does most of the things you need to do to have fun. So what I would say to anybody aspiring to farm Plex, and if you don't have the money for it, consider what you could do from Alpha and taking vacations into Omega. Just an idea. I know it's not perfect. I know there's issues, but... Kingdom, what's up, buddy? I flexed my account, but it literally took all my playtime as a person with a full-time job. You've plexed your account. If I miss days, I'd be behind. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kingdom. This is why I don't have a schedule for my stream. This is why I don't like count subs. This is why I make sure to, I don't want it to feel anything like what you're describing. That's just my Twitch stuff. In game, I'm careful. I don't like buildings because they make me feel locked in. I don't like corps because if I don't get along with them, I'm fucked. I'm gonna have a bad time. Like, I don't like any of this stuff. So I just float around in safe spots and chill. I'm with you. You can salvage in 14 days to Plex when there's no alphas. Yeah, old school salvage. Yeah, going around mission runners and shit. Do they still have weekend fleet packs? I think so. Those were cool. They were cheap. Make some more coffee here. Fuck it. I'm chilling. I'm enjoying this. I think I had a video I wanted to maybe watch. There were these two videos. There's a short CoffeeZilla video, which I always find entertaining, and also a new James Hoffman video we can check out. As far as the gas goes, I have like 5 bill worth of gas floating in JSpace right now. I got to bring back. I'll probably do that like tomorrow. I'm also working on the trailer to release on Christmas. Probably gonna try to button that up today, right? So a bunch of stuff going on. What's up with the snare on this track? Yeah. It's got like a tape processor on it. It's weird. It like makes it sound almost blown out. I don't know how to describe that. It irks you? I got you. Hold on. Oh, are you talking about the offset snare? How it goes da-dum. Oh, are you talking about the... Yeah, you see that a lot in like chill hop. People just doing very weird things with their breaks. Got you. I got you. I'll switch it. Poor Norse. Kokodako, what's up? Kodako. What's on the laptops in the background? Oh, sweet. Someone asked. So this is Debian 12. Can't upgrade to a 13, unfortunately, because it's a 32-bit computer. And that's CachyOS, which I'm also eating here. I'm also running on this computer as well. Oops. Whoops, that's caps. Linux cares about caps. Isn't it interesting? Windows doesn't really care that much. I guess their commands do. This is the current computer. You'll notice I'm only using 3 monitors because my girlfriend stole her monitor back, so I can't use it. Bro's a hacker. Yep. It's true. Yo, check this out. This is going to blow your mind. Watch this. Wait, what is that? Are those wormhole sites? You kidding me? Map, MFU. Nixad is a silly goose. And then if we were to nav into MFU, we could start adding Nixad as a silly goof shit if we wanted to. But we don't need to. Let's go one more. Nailed it. Easy, bro. Someone says, are you a cracker, though? I am, actually. I am. I am a cracker. How did you know that? Can you see me? I want to say, back in the day, some people got banned for that, but I don't know if you can still get banned for it. I don't really care. Oh, I see the reflection. Oh, okay. You see the reflection of the computer on my porcelain skin? Go easy on people. Alpha's a cool thing. I had an Iron Man start. Ooh. You know, before I made my series, I was playing old school RuneScape. I have an Ultimate Iron Man in that game, and it was extremely fun. I still love that character. I feel strange. I'm in a high-sec mining corp, and I've been Pockfin and rob banks and salvage and Pockfin for his. How's that strange? That's awesome, bro. I mean, I guess it's unconventional. Salvin and Pockfin is viable for a handsome alpha player. I think people do that. I don't know how good it is. Loved your first ever video made. Thanks for that. Awesome. I'm gonna make some more coffee chat, and then I'll do some Eve stuff here. I need 5-10 minutes. The acoustic guitar. He's like, yo, are you a saltine? It's like, ah, fuck, I am. Shit. When did this happen? Yesterday I was a black man. The old MJ. Oh, God. Anyway, let's make some coffee chat. Yeah? No more grinding because I've already spoiled you too much.
There's a $10 billion industry which preys on poor people, is endorsed by celebrities, but most people haven't heard of. Mostly because it goes by so many names.
I like something called the debt backpack method.
I recommend
The debt backpack method? I am immediately disturbed by the name.
national debt relief to anyone who wants to become debt-free.
It's called the rapid relief method.
It's called the debt clear method.
That's right. According to celebrities, there's an easy method to get your debt settled. The problem is, the banks don't want you to know about it.
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief program specifically designed to help Americans with $10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt.
I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I was curious what the big secret was. But the second or third time, I started to get suspicious.
I thought these were like debt consolidation firms that like would consolidate it into one debt, sell it off to another company, and get a lower payment. I thought that was the point of these. No?
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief
The banks
program
don't want us to know it,
specifically
though.
designed to help Americans with
$10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt.
they hate this program.
They hate this program.
They hate this program.
Why the
because
fuck do people record videos driving cars? I never understood that. I'm not a TikTok guy. I've never watched a TikTok, but like it feels like everybody records videos in cars. Why? I have a car. I've never recorded a video in there. What am I missing? Is it because it's like a safe little office area and nobody can hear you talk about insane shit? What is the purpose?
if you qualify, they can help you settle 40 to 60%
Sup,
of your
Choppy?
debt, put you on one simple payment plan for the rest.
Yeah, it's pretty strange, right? And as I investigated, what I found was there were thousands of ads like this with a bunch of variety micro-targeting different groups. Seniors, Christians, factory workers, anyone with over $10,000 in credit card debt and a pulse. But worse, many of them were featuring total lies. Like, take, for example, this cluster of ads about debt elimination for veterans.
So the Veteran Administration is handing out debt elimination for all veterans, and no one's even talking about it.
Yeah, no one's talking about this headline because it doesn't exist. This is a fake photoshopped headline from the Department of Defense. Here's the real one. And these people lied about it to push veterans into debt settlement, and they used the same lie for seniors on Social Security.
What a grift.
Practically handing out
What a
debt
perfect
elimination for seniors, and no one's even talking about it.
Who you talking to?
Okay, look, beyond the insanity of running ads with fake government headlines, what bothered me about this was the specific micro-targeting of vulnerable groups and optimizing it. Like, using dozens of
That is a
AI-generated
classic
variations
thing.
to optimize engagement. There's something so uniquely dystopian about that in a way that it just couldn't have existed 10 years ago. Like, take, for instance, this ad, which is someone talking about their personal...
Oh my God, imagine if AI, like generative AI was around during the height of the MLMs. Oh my God, the shit we would have had to see and endure. Oh God.
experience getting out of debt.
Trust me, I know what it's like. I racked up 4 of my credit cards to more than $30,000. But here's how I got it canceled.
30 G's, that's it?
Totally fake. There are dozens
That's
of
it?
these ad variations, which means they're somehow optimizing for click-through rate to see which of their fake stories works better. Like, is it the one with the girl, the guy, the black person,
30 G's
the
is
white person?
amateur hour. Come
and
on
what
now.
struck me is
That's
just
like
for
half a
all
medical
this
operation.
industrial scale fakery and lying.
30 G's?
There is an industry behind
Come
all
on.
of this, endorsed by celebrities. It's very real, it's very profitable, and it's often predatory. But basically, no one knows how it works because most of it is run in the dark with these ads. And the videos that do explain debt settlement are usually trying to sell you on debt settlement. So I spoke to...
She only has 30 G's in debt. She's never taken an ambulance ride in the US before.
Autopilot disabled.
She's never
Waypoint reached.
she's never had a doctor give her like Tylenol before. I mean, what the... Yeah, exactly. Like, what the...
lawyers, whistleblowers, so the public can stop getting
I
lied
bet she has
to
health
about debt
insurance.
settlement.
Christ. Myth, what's up, buddy? Thank you. The most mainstreamy, clickbaity way to expose people to scams, I guess.
It is a fact that people are in
Exactly.
crippling amounts of debt and want a way out. Unfortunately, that attracts con men and scammers. Now, I'm not here to tell you that...
Is anybody here in debt in chat? I owe some money. I owe some. I'll put my hand up. I owe some money. I went to school. Anybody here owe any money? Be honest. Anybody at all. If you owe a dime to anybody, raise your hand. I'm the only one? This better be a Twitch delay. Oh, Hilo's down bad? All right, we got 2 people in chat that owe money. 3? 4? 5? You owe the bank money? That's people. 6? Oh my God, so many people owe money. Oh my God, we're screwed. They're gonna send debt collectors soon, guys. We're fucked.
Debt settlement is a scam
Jackson says
because
paid it all
as
off.
most
Boo!
debt settlement is simply a
Boo!
process
Just
where a
kidding.
debtor who owes money and the creditor, the
the
person
car?
they owe money to, agree to settle a debt for a lower total amount. That is objectively not a scam, and it is sometimes
Just
the best
kidding.
move for
Well
both
done,
parties.
Jackson.
Usually because the debt is in default, the creditor is probably going to not...
This is just bullshit because you have people scamming people that don't have money. It's just scummy. It's like wherever this silly little video ends, like we're dealing with some of the worst people you could possibly imagine. These are people that like scam people on hospice. Same people, different mask. Scooby-Doo, pull the mask off. It's the same fucking people.
paid otherwise, and the debtor.
Hey.
So that, to be clear,
What's up,
is not
Passes?
what this video is
Feel
about.
that.
Today, we're talking about the debt settlement industry, which sells people on the idea of not paying their bills as a shortcut to getting out of debt and takes a fat fee for it. And we're going to talk about how this industry often doesn't disclose the risks, and even worse, tricks people to get them in the program in the first place.
No.
Which I heard about from someone who sold debt settlement for a living.
Debt settlement is typically for people going through some type of hardship.
Dude,
Whether
they're so
that's
close.
Divorce, a medical issue, you lost your job, something catastrophic has happened in your life to the point where you cannot afford to pay on your credit cards anymore. But that's not what we pitch to.
Dude, I'm sorry. I know I have a problem with like sometimes talking about people's looks when I shouldn't be, because I'm just a random ugly fuck, right? But like, you know, great hair, otherwise handsome guy, you know? But like, it looks like he just smoked a bunch of crack. His eyes are bulging out of his fucking head. He looks like that guy that ate Popeyes and his fucking eyes popped out. Literally Popeyes. Anyway, I love this man. I love him, and I'm currently doing something that's terrible. I'm literally shaming a guy for the way he looks, being an ugly fuck. But I just think maybe if I had the bulge, I would just do a little squinting.
Say from my experience, 70+%
Sorry
of my
for that.
clients
Sorry, that was not
were
cool.
not in that situation. They were looking for a consolidation loan, a home
Man's got the fucking Cash Patel eyes, bro.
repair loan, some type of loan, not debt settlement.
Why were people calling you for a loan, though?
Because
Sorry,
that's what
I'm
we
terrible.
advertise.
I'm literally a piece of shit for that.
The advertising goes through these
I'm uglier than
third-party
him.
affiliates that post whatever they want. They just have to get someone on the phone, and we're responsible for closing that person.
I'd buy him a beer and apologize.
So
if I
you
met
guys
him.
advertise loans, but what you actually sell is stop paying your credit card so we can make a cut of your debt.
Correct.
That sounds like a bait and switch.
That sounded like a bait and switch to me. Now you see my ethical dilemma.
That was Miller,
He's
by
got a
the way.
nice
He's
smile.
a sales rep who came to me because he believed the companies he was working for were doing things that were unethical. And he wasn't the only one. Two
Cash
other
Patel's
sales
cousin?
reps
Hell yeah.
who wanted to stay anonymous told me the exact same thing.
Because they're using the bait and switch mechanic of pitching clients the entire thing. And you, as the client...
Wait, what accent is this, chat? Hold on. This sounds like Swedish or German.
...are going to think that I'm going to get a loan. But then the salesperson is going to go ahead and twist words.
Is that German?
Basically telling you, oh, you don't qualify for a loan, but here's the repayment plan, it's good. And sometimes people would
Sounds
get
like your
confused
FC.
because
Nordic?
the sales agent would rush them into signing
It's not
the
German,
contract,
thank you.
thinking that he's going to get a loan, but he's not getting a loan.
I got mad people that sound like this in my Discord.
Most of the people that get called also apply for loans, or they think they're applying for loans. And then when they get warm transferred to the sales division, when a lead is made, they are baited and switched onto a debt relief program.
This is truly the worst part of this industry, and a secret most people don't know about, that oftentimes you are tricked into getting on a call thinking you're applying for a loan, but actually they're trying to sell you on debt settlement. In fact, I actually got a copy of a script at one point from one of these companies, and they have what's called a loan killer method.
Guys, I talk about this a lot on this channel. I'm going to watch this video. I'm going to learn the methodology and stuff, but I talk about this a lot. You know, you see stuff like this taking advantage of people and consumers in a state as powerful as the US, right? And you really wonder, like, oh my God, how could people do this to us? But I want to be clear here. This isn't a victim of like, oh, hate the game, don't hate the player. This is an instance of a governing body condoning this. Whether they can't be fucked, whether they benefit from it somehow, whether they've been lobbied and swayed, whether it fell through the cracks, it doesn't matter. This is the same thing with like phone text scams, which are entertaining to watch. But you are dealing with a failure of a governing body. This whole loan scam into whatever the debt industry we're learning about, this could be regulated and extinguished and enforced. It's not. For reasons that hopefully we'll understand here, but understand the root cause is a lack of actual regulation because we subscribe to this notion that the government shouldn't have any say over what we do, which could be good. In this case, it's bad.
used when a client is frustrated and asks, I only want a loan, or won't give up on the idea of
They
a
could
loan.
crack down on
the
this.
The script tells
They
them
could.
to say, it's going to be very difficult to get a good interest loan. My partner's broker ran your name through and it came back as declined all. And then says, let me tell you why I qualified for this debt resolution option. Again, confirming what we saw, that it's literally scripted to resell people from loans onto debt settlement, which they didn't know they wanted in the first place.
The whole thing starts out with a lie many times. A lot of folks I've seen reach out to a debt consolidation company, or what they think is a debt consolidation company, where they're going to get a loan to pay their creditors. And this company pulls
That's what I thought this was.
You don't qualify. And then they give that credit report to a debt settlement company. There's already a relationship there. It may be the same company. And so the debt settlement company calls them up and says, hey, we know you got some problems with debt, so we can help you out. And people don't get, the relationship there. We've caught on a few and figured it out. I think most of them start that way. They don't necessarily see the relationship. So they start out with a lie, and just, it goes forward from there. They promise, we're going to fix your credit, which is the exact opposite of what they do. They destroy your credit. You're going to save a whole bunch of money. You're not going to save any money. You might save a little bit, maybe, if things go as planned. And worst case, which happens quite a bit, you're going to end up paying more than you would if you just paid your creditors. And you're going to have to deal with a lawsuit probably, because somebody's going to sue you.
Yeah.
You know what the difference is between this and like a phone text scam? Someone calling from like Calcutta or whatever, just trying to convince Granny to give him money. You know what the difference is? Like, that is actually illegal. And like, if there was a crackdown federally to stop it, we could, on the telecommunications side, probably put an end to it technically. You could work with technology, get rid of Bitcoin ATM. So you could probably have a program to crack down on it. This isn't even fucking illegal. This is all above board, as far as I've known so far. I think this story is going to end by saying all this is legal, right? This is kind of like you cannot deny that this is bad for the people that are voting for the people, or in otherwise enacting governing bodies. They're not taking care of you. There's a disconnect between the idea that we can be sold an idea of reduced debt and then be bait and switched and have some predator call us up and get us enrolled in something that makes our life worse for company profit. This is an example of something that's legal that needs to be obviously regulated and or outlawed. That's not even touched. We know phone scams are illegal. The only reason it's not illegal is because people do it from other countries with other jurisdictions, right? It's not like they're going to get enforced upon. I just want to point that out because this is actually significant. This is allowed, folks. We like this. This is great. This is like payday loans.
He's right. That was Clifford, by the way. He's a lawyer I spoke to who helped me understand how common it is for people to get sued. I didn't realize it, but law.
Amaya says maybe don't spend money you don't have. Do you live in the U.S. by any chance? Because in this country, like, it's tough. Like, most of us, honestly, dude, a ton of us don't even have health insurance. So when you go to the doctor, you instantly enter in debt. So like, if we had working systems, like in Holland, for example, in this regard, in healthcare, we would be able to take care of the people that need it most and not put them into crippling debt. But in reality, right, the material conditions here are such that when you have a life-changing event, like a car accident, medical concern, you actually get entered into debt by default. When you go to school, you get entered into debt by default. The idea of dodging debt is interesting, and like, it makes sense, but that's not how people in the US live. And I just want to make that clear. Like, you can say this and we all want this, but that is not how it is.
Are the biggest risk of these plants, because when you stop paying your creditors, they have no obligation to negotiate with you. I mean, yes, sometimes they do settle, but sometimes they sue. And I learned debt settlement lawsuits are not just possible, they're one of the most popular kinds of lawsuits. They are so common that in many states, it is the number one lawsuit that gets filed. According to Pew, debt collection takes up almost 50% of our entire civil case docket.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Increased in recent years. So not only do
50% of the civil cases that are worked on by the state and by the federal level are because of people collecting debts. And you know what? This is such a salient representation of like what some of our most powerful systems are really for in the first place as a government in this country. Think about that. 50% of the labor and paperwork in the justice system on the civil side is for debt collection. That makes sense, but just think about that.
Debt settlement companies often start with a lie. Many
It's
don't
all
tell
people
you the
collecting
truth
money.
about the risks, the main one that you get sued. But even assuming everything goes according to plan, the fees these companies charge eat into most of your savings. See,
Isn't the
reason
US
this
best country in the
industry
world?
has
I
such
don't think so.
aggressive advertising is that it's so
I don't think there's a best
profitable.
country, but I think we
Affiliates will
fail
say
in a lot of ways that are
anything to get
important,
the
and we
sale.
should adjust.
This is
We should
because the
address
companies
that.
charge up to 25% of the debt they settle.
I think
as
that we
a
cause a lot
fee,
of death and
which
destruction.
leaves few, if any,
We should
savings
account
on
for
the
that.
table for you. And to understand how this works, we'll do some quick math. Let's say you have $10,000 in credit card debt and you default to enroll in a debt settlement plan, thinking you're going to save tons of money. How this works?
Thanks
is
for
you
hanging
stop
out,
paying
guys.
the
This is
creditors,
fun. Thank
start
you.
paying the debt settlement company via a special trust account. We'll assume for
This is kind of a
example
slop
that you
video,
don't
but
get
I like
sued,
CoffeeZilla.
and the
It's
settlement company
entertaining.
charges a 25% fee. Assuming your creditor settles for 50%, you'd initially think you're getting out of debt for $7,500, saving 25%. $5,000 to your creditor, $2,500 to the negotiator. But not so fast, because you've defaulted on your debt, which means your credit card balance was growing the whole time with penalty interest and late fees. Again, we'll be charitable and assume your balance freezes after a 6-month charge-off. You're actually going to be paying more like a $12,000 debt, meaning you're actually paying $6,000 to your creditor and $2,500 to the settlement company, or $8,500 total. Except we also have to add in taxes on the forgiven debt, which the IRS classifies as income. At a tax rate of 22%, that's another $1,300 you might owe, so you've completed your debt settlement program with a payment of $9,800, where your original debt was $10,000. You saved 2% with a 50% settlement. Now, of course, yes, there's a lot of nuance here, and we use nice round numbers, but the point is this. Even when you get a great settlement and things go perfectly, you probably didn't save as much as you think. And this is the core problem with debt settlement. People are sold on an unrealistic view of the upsides and don't understand the downsides, which is why most people don't finish these programs. So look, if these companies don't disclose all the facts, if they do charge high fees, why do you need them at all? Well, these companies would argue they have special relationships with creditors that let them get better deals.
And the reason is you can't just call up the credit card company and be like, hey guys, I want to negotiate my debt. It doesn't work like that. Because you have to know who to speak to that has the ability to negotiate.
Fucking Mario Lopez.
The problem is most folks don't have the relationships with the...
Wait, are these people selling the product? Was that Mario Lopez hawking this shit? No shot.
It doesn't work like that. Because you have to know who to speak to that has the ability to negotiate with you on behalf.
Oh my God, what an absolute fucking animal. Wow. My man out here pushing debt industry horseshit now.
Half of the bank.
The problem
What
is
the
most
fuck?
folks don't have the relationship
Hey, what's up, Rail?
with the people at these banks to get the best savings.
That's right. The debt settlement companies basically say, look, we do this all the time. We have great relationships, and that's why we're going to get you a great deal. But not everyone agrees with that. Here's Dan, another lawyer.
My main problem with it is they kind of overhype and oversell or outright misrepresent that they somehow have some special relationship with the creditors. These companies will never tell a consumer that. They will never say that the deal that they're likely to get for the consumer is probably the same exact deal that the consumer could get on their own.
You know what's funny about that statement is this is literally completely analogous to the healthcare industry in a lot of ways. And let me explain. These debt industry specialists that basically purport to consolidate your debt and give you a new loan, but also actually do a bait and switch and just try to profit off of you. This is a lot like the healthcare industry in the sense that their argument is like, well, without us in healthcare, without us, the insurance companies are just not going to pay for your procedures. So we need to talk to the insurance companies to set the rates and negotiate with them on behalf of your procedures, right? But in reality, that's a job that's easily done by the actual practitioners or even the people via counsels themselves. There's actually no service being done here. None. The relationships are probably smoke and mirrors, and if they existed, could be supplanted easily by a council of elected people. Just saying.
Why can't people do it themselves? I mean, these companies kind of represent that
There
they
you
have
go.
special relationships with these creditors, etc.
Thank
Is
you,
that
Coffee.
True? Can people just do this themselves?
100% do it themselves.
Wow. So after
Wow,
all those
pre-watch
ads, all
plural
the
here.
supposed secrets the banks don't want you to know, it turns out you could always just do all of this by yourself. But of course,
Seattle?
you're still
Seattle
taking
seems
on a
all right.
bunch of
My girlfriend
risks
used to
of
live
maybe
there.
being sued and late fees, which is why at the end of the day, this is an extreme
Never been.
option that should not be taken lightly. And look, I was going to end it there because I'm not the type to recommend anything to a broad audience. But given that I know so many people are deep in debt these days, and I had spoken to some experts, I wanted to give them the floor to say what they see people do when they're deep in debt that isn't as predatory.
I always recommend, I don't do a lot of bankruptcies anymore, but I always recommend somebody talk to a bankruptcy attorney at least to see what that looks like.
That's just common fucking sense. If you're crippling in debt, talk to someone who knows the law, not someone who's going to profit seek at your expense. Attorneys can be scummy and scammy too. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to America and the US, knowing the law is the only thing that matters with finances at all. That's why corporations are so crazy, because they invest money in understanding the law. Whereas
They're having a problem
consumers
with
can't.
this.
You're in $40,000 worth of debt and you're on Social Security and that's your only income. Anything I can do for you is going to be a Band-Aid as well. And it's probably not the best path. Why don't you speak to my colleague who is a bankruptcy lawyer?
So one is nonprofit credit counseling, which is different than these debt management companies. It's going to be somebody who actually counsels you about your income, your expenses. They come up with a plan with you about how much you're going to have to pay, and they are able to work much more effectively than a for-profit.
Yeah, and you're actually paying them too, by the way. You're paying that person for that service. But the thing is, it's a service that's scaled based on the services they rendered, not based on how much rent they can seek and extract out of you.
Debt management company
in theory.
out a plan.
Not always in practice, but in
Let's
theory.
say it was a temporary hiccup with your income. Everybody else should have a conversation with a bankruptcy attorney, because bankruptcy is the best way for somebody who doesn't have a way to pay off their debt to be free of the debt and to rebuild their credit.
Well, there you go. Now, to be clear, none of that is personalized advice. You need to talk to somebody if you actually are deep in debt. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. But the biggest thing I hope you take away from this video is that people selling you on quick fixes or secrets the banks don't want you to know, they might have a few things to hide themselves.
Psst, coffee.
I'm muted. Fuck. Hi. Hi. Hello. Thank you, Eve Player. Close muted. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. I caught it this time early. Hi. So let me redo that. So I was laughing at CoffeeZilla at the end of the video. There were a lot of credits. And I was like, wow, he must have a lot of patrons. Now, I also said, I don't normally like go into such ridiculous topics like that and watch videos on it, but that was actually really cool. Why? Because I have a lot of European friends here, chatters, that, you know, they see the US, right? And they see like, oh, okay, you know, whatever, good, bad, whatever you want to say. I don't care. I personally find a lot of bad, a little good, a lot of cool people here. But a lot of bad too. But whatever, they'll see the US and they won't understand how it works. Just like we don't understand how other places work, right? And you'll see that manifest in comments like, oh, you know, just don't get in debt, or like, you know, we gotta educate people more. You're right. Both of those things are right. But like, for example, like, isn't this a problem of education? Well, yes, but education is a foundational pillar for getting people to develop working class consciousness, certainly. But we're specifically, in my opinion, talking about a system that benefits a particular class, right? It's not really like teaching them what they're doing is going to matter. It's that there's always going to be marks out there. And in order to protect people from that, it's not really so much about teaching them what the scam is to avoid it. It's about having somebody on your side that has the ability to enforce regulations. And we have that, of course, in a government, state level, federal level, like any other state on the planet. But the criticism is that I can know anything. I can know how this works. I can be educated beyond belief. I'm not. I'm dumb. But I could be. There's nothing I can do to avoid this happening to tons of people. Only thing that can happen there is the government to step in. There's no other solution. We could teach everybody until they're blue in the face. There are some things that the government has to stop. For example, if you have companies fracking, which is like, you know, basically going under shale deposit or shale and finding deposits of oil, we'll just boil it down like that. So like you need the government to be like, hey, don't do that because it's going to leak into the farms and cause damage and the crops will go bad. Like you need somebody to step in there. If the government wasn't there, how would you stop the fracking companies, for example, from ruining the farms? It's the same thing here. You can't just teach people what debt is and expect it to work like this. In America, many of us are born into debts. And I know that's crazy to think about. How could that be? Because you're expected to go to college and take out huge loans. Most people take out loans for cars. And I know you might be thinking that's extravagant, but that is literally kind of how it works. Hello from Kashi. Wow, that was fast. What's up, dude? You can live a debt-free American life right up until you can't. You can have health insurance, plan ahead, have savings. You could get wrecked instantly. And the mechanisms are not strong. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't want to say it's an educational issue because it kind of is like the same thing with climate change. Right? It's like we can know what it is, but the fucking ruling class has control over the mechanisms that are perpetuating it. What good is it if we know if we can't stop the powers that be? Exact same here, just very small. We have a situation where people in debt are seeking help and they're being taken advantage of by companies that are essentially working around the rules to scam them. That needs to happen. In the EU, school is free. A lot of people here will get like $50,000 to $100,000 in debt to go to school. I spent a ton of money to go to school. I don't use a degree. Think about that. You can always be sued. America is insanely litigious. Dress rap, spitting bars. Kid SSN are being stolen these days too. That's crazy. Chloroquin's my Revo leader. I'm just trying to speak sense here. I'm not even trying to do political theory. I swear, this is just common sense. You don't have to be a clown to nod your head to some of this. America is very corrupt. True. What I find funny is that as soon as someone says maybe the government should do this, people go communism back to square one. Sure. Well, listen. I think that the US is the best at that of all time. Personally. Like if this is the goal, what you're describing, we're the best at it. But anyway, I do kind of speak more openly these days, but my goal is not to like scare away chatters or worry about what I say, but to just speak common sense and to not like talk annoying theory that people don't care about. Don't espouse my views as if they're the best, but also stand up for people that are being discriminated against, you know? That's kind of the line I'm walking at this point on the chat. It made sense to run combat sites in C4s. Doesn't make sense to make rich people more rich in the US. Good man. I like that. Should we do a little Evdol? All right, I'm gonna hide the chats real quick. We'll come back to that. Sorry for the heavy topics today, but you guys are good chatters. Honestly, you guys deserve some adult conversations. You know, shit, I deserve some adult conversations. We got a frigate small combat. Tech 2, Tech 1, not Mordu's Legion, which means not Galente or Caldari, right? Wow, this is interesting. So let's try Amar plus Minmatar. So that's Blood Raiders. So let's try Crewer. No, it can't be a crew. It's not a faction. All right. Let's try Tech 1 Combat Amar. So let's go Tormentor. Okay. So let's try Minmatar, yeah? So let's try Rifter. Oh god. I'm just gonna be guessing at this point. Alright, not Slasher? Oh, that's Tackle? Fuck you. Alright, I'm gonna do this from my head without using the ship tree. So Slasher, Rifter, Burst? No, what's the baby hound? Is that a burst? Fuck. Help. I always say a Minmatar. I don't even know the ships. Help. Oh. I hope this proves I'm not cheating, by the way. Well, I guess I could have just been toggling, to be fair, but I'm not. What is that shit called? Damn, I feel like I'm fucking up right now. This is so easy. Probe. No, it's tackle. So I got 4 ships out of 6. Rifter, Slasher, Burst, Probe. I feel like I haven't done the Hound one yet. What was that called? Prism. What is it? It's around the tip of my tongue. I thought it was Burst, but it's not. Oh, fuck. What is that called, chat? No, I can't help. I'm fucking pissed. Bro, what is it fucking called? Oh, I'm gonna keep cursing. Hide your children. I know this. It's only this ship left, right? I've got 4 out of 6 in my head. The 5th. Oh God. What is that called? Breacher! It's a 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 breacher! Boom! Woo! Oh my God. See? Kingdom knew it was breacher. Everybody's saying breacher. Holy shit, dude. I almost shit the bed. Glad I waited. Dude, I can't believe I got it. I was expecting to just like guess like fucking Avatar or something. Just to troll the last one. We got it. Oh my God, it was breacher. Breacher! I saw the B in Burst. And it came on. Toggled on? Yep. Toggled. Aimbot toggle. Sorry. We get it off screen in case we got any spoils here. This would get him voted out. I know. I seriously suck. He has hidden chat. Yeah, I try to hide it so people don't think I'm cheating. Plus, if I didn't hide it, I would probably look and cheat after a while. Minmatar poser? Dude. Listen. You need your shell fracked bad? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Phantom Crash, what up, bro? Rail says read the chat? Well, no, the whole point is for me to do it on my own, Rail. The whole point is if I fail, I gotta fail on my own. Amai says CCB bought 300 ice filament crates and now you cannot sell. You bought 300 crates while you were drunk? Dude, what the fuck are you up to when you're drunk? Phantom, good to see you, buddy. Breacher, yeah, my bad. I'm glad you guys knew what it was. You have to move out of Ren's now? I won't move out of Amamake unless Blue Melon deletes the buildings. Like the Hound, exactly. Hell yeah, how you been doing? I've been doing alright. I've been doing alright. I've been living my best possible life out here, playing some fucking Eve online. I have the most delightful stream these days. I'm pretty happy about it. I guess now we should go yeet some thoraxes into the wilderness. If you want to X up and jack the needle shot, go in like 10 minutes. Or more. Don't do any market trading when you're drunk. Damn, minus 200 mil. I'll never forget you. You guys can X up and jack if you want to come. I'll take up the 5 people. I don't really advertise being inclusive anymore. First 5. Go out and shoot some stuffs. See if we can have some funsies. Taryn, what's up? It's your Twitch name? Unless you're hiding, in which case that's fine too. You can see all the stuff we got from the Yule lads. Hey, nice. Very prompt you are. I'll play the Bing Bong now just to get you guys in the mood, yeah? If you guys have never been here when I bank drop, it's just good fun. Just for shits and gigs. We normally get just feed. I try not to get mad. You'll like it. Watch.
Capsuleers, welcome aboard Flight 420F with service from the Forge to Nullsec.
We are currently third in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 5 minutes. We ask that you set your safety to yellow and ensure your ship is insured before takeoff. Please have your home system set to JITA, check your implants, and remember, toxicity is prohibited for the duration of the flight. Thank you for choosing Chlorokin Airlines. Enjoy your flight. Someone said Odysseus Aurora. Where did I even get that from? Did someone give this to me? Let's see what this looks like. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that. Yee. Huh. Where's the... Oh, the wisps are up front. Oh, shit, I broke it again. Sorry. So the wisps are up front. They're right there. Interesting. Huh. I guess I expected them to come out here. But I like that spot, too. Definitely a collectible. I mean, the purple's kind of rad. I'm a purple fan. This is the Venture. I show this off every stream. This is the Venture that's just unreal. I just can't... I show this every stream. I'm gonna hand out a couple of these for Christmas. These are special, though. This is definitely the best partner skin I've ever seen. I'm, like, very hesitant to give these away. I'm gonna keep a couple for myself, too. I like the Aura skins. Yeah, they're dope. They have the wisps that come out, which really does make it cool. Psycho says I want that so badly. I wonder what it costs right now. Somebody said it went back up. Is that true? No, it's still buyable. Honestly, dude. You know? This is a good price because, like I already told you, most of these sell for bare minimum $250 across the year, a couple snipes, but usually up to like a bill. We need the remakes one time. Which remakes? The nifty little thing or my Below the Asteroids remakes? You guys heard my Below the Asteroids remix? Man, maybe mad people haven't heard that because we got mad new viewers. Either one, man, both legit. Well, I don't know which one you were talking about. I guess you know them all, though. That's actually amazing. Not sure if I have. All right. It's just a silly little thing I did in Ableton a while ago. Let's see if I can play it for you guys real quick. Just something to do while we wait a little bit. Go back to this song here. Oh, that's really quiet. Can we get that not so quiet? Hold on. Aha, I think I figured it out. There we go. Anyway. We'll put this on. We'll put this on and look at the Venture skin. And don't be wrong, I'm not like a... I don't really know how to make songs that well. I've been doing it like my whole life, just some for fun. Just kind of fun to play around with melodies. I remember having to transpose the rhythm for this, and it was totally fucking weird. It was not at all what I thought it was. We can play Nifty too. Anyway, feel free to vibe. Or not. Yeah, this is a from scratch remix I made with synths in Ableton. This is just me goofing around with the melody. time this song comes on in game. Yeah, this is my intro song too. I use this to introduce my stream, but not this song. Would be a good game music track? It's pretty amateurish, but it's fun. The melody is so good. You guys can make your own Below the Asteroid remix and it would sound sick. We could play Nifty too, but Nifty triggers DMCA on YouTube because one of the samples I used. Let the nerds play it on repeat and make some bucks. I already make too much from you guys. Still got, I think, one more spot left in the fleet if you want to join. Come by Jitto, I'll trade you a ship. Just hanging out. Let's listen to Nifty, but it's going to trigger DMCA, so I don't know how the VOD will handle it. I could also just mute it on YouTube, I guess. I used a sample, one of the lo-fi samples, somebody like registered it. It's like, dude, what an asshole. Who the fuck does that? Eating dinner right now? I'll hunt you down with some snowballs after? Good man, good man. Or lass. Or lass. You got a cutesy name. Maybe you're a chick. Who knows? I don't know. There are literally several women that play Eve, alright? Most of them trans women, most of them partners of people that are addicted to Eve, but I digress. I digress. I'm male? Hell yeah. I know too? Hell yeah. Alright, let me find this song for you guys. We'll just say fuck DMCA. We don't care. You can't control us. I don't care about money. Alright, so this is a song and many people always fucking love this song. Now, the reason they love it is not because me. It's because of Aura. Back in the day, Aura, like your ship's autopilot, used to sound depressed as hell and it was hilarious. I made a song with one of the classic voice lines. This voice line is now my hype train thing. Alright, get ready. If it mutes it on YouTube, sorry.
You clumsy pilot. This is hilarious. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Well, actually, your old self died and I miraculously escaped. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance clone. Open the medical services and I will show you more about this nifty little thing. Little thing, little thing, little thing. This nifty little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing. This nifty little thing, little thing, little. The asteroid is deleted. This nifty little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing, little thing.
I'll link the unlisted video in case you want the sword. It's unlisted, so. Because somebody registered the doo-doo-doo. Somebody registered the sample I used, which was just an open sample some kind of forum made. I thought it was cool. But somebody registered it, so YouTube picks it up. Pisses me off. I'm gonna do another version without that sample. One day.
You clumsy pilot.
Still can't stop it from listening to it, though.
Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Well, actually, your old self died and I miraculously escaped. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance clone. Open the medical services and I will show you more about this nifty little thing. Little thing, little thing, little docking permission request. Nifty little thing, little thing, request. Little thing, little thing, little docking permission request. Nifty little thing, little docking request. The asteroid is deleted. Docking permission request. Nifty little thing, little thing, request. Little thing, little thing, little docking permission request. Nifty little thing, little thing, request.
I will show you. Anyway, shout out to making music. It's super fun. So I'll give you a behind the scenes, just little, maybe you've never made any songs on a computer before. You're just like, well, what the fuck is that? The first one, you just listen to the song, you recreate it if you're good at music or whatever. You recreate it on like a little keyboard in Ableton. The second one, you're just taking samples and hobbling them together. You could make music like tomorrow. You should look into it. Making music is fun. You won't really have anybody to share it with, but trust me, you should make a song. Remix Below the Asteroid. Seriously, you'll love it. I always tell people I have a musical background, but I'm not a musician. I don't even care so much for playing music these days. I'm not a performer. But I liked hobbling together songs a lot when I was younger. Still to this day, it persists. All right, we got a nice little thing here. Let's trade out some of these ships. You can have one. You can have one. Who else? Honor Brew? Yes. All right, so we're about to jet set. We got a nice little 4-man crew. I think they might bring some other stuff. Oh, you're gonna use that? Yeah, don't use that. We want to fight. Bring the most damage you can. We don't run. We just fight anybody that comes. Bing bong. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me, chat. The songs are bangers. I made music videos setting gameplay to music. Love that. Give him a vaga. This guy named State Azure is a friend. Amazing ambient electronic music guy. Nice. Ooh, that's cool. Watching someone make music. Oh, maybe one day I'll do a stream like that. Just in honor of those people who do it for real. E&I is such a good ship. Yeah, it's good. I'll be real with you. For us, the E&I is actually too big. It attracts too much attention. It's too good. Gorilla Glue. How you doing, bro? I don't even know if I said hey to you. If you're in chat and say hi to you, say Chlorican hi. Only if I didn't say hi to you. If I've said hi to you and you say hi, you're a scammer. If you haven't heard of State Azure, I highly recommend checking him out sometime. Maybe we can raid him. And I can hang out for a little bit. That'd be kind of fun. What would you ship down to if not the E&I? So what Lemmings use is the group I'm currently kind of doing here. We use thoraxes. We have 2 fits. One of them is about 23 million. Alpha players can run it. Still shits out 500 plus DPS. The other one is Tech 2, 800, 900 DPS. About 40 mil. E&I, you know, about 80 mil or whatever fit, I'm assuming. And that does, you know, well over 1K. Now, the whole point of this ship is to kill time, have fun, do it a million times, and potentially trade up. So the cheaper the ship, the more damage it outputs, the more efficacious the fleet ideology is. So Thorax fits right in. But people bring caracals, ruptures, that type of shit as well. I usually just give them thoraxes. We got people with like a timer for another couple minutes. I'm still chilling. I'm actually not even like fixing to go out quite yet. But let me pop in one of these. I'll get in this bully here. Just hanging, chilling, been vibing. I love that for you. You on a holiday break from the grind, or you a loser like me? You got time, just chilling, kicking it like normal? What's popping? Talk to me. You don't even have to. It's okay to lurk too. Don't forget to buy these. They're like dirt cheap. Kind of nice to bring them. I need 3200 cap boosters in UW9. Where's Parody? He's like, do you need anything? I'll bring you anything. I'm like, yeah, not really. Just a few things. And like a week later, I'm like, fuck, I need all the things. You know what I mean? Some dips looked like 007 to you. Yeah, it's super small, huh? 007. What if it said 007 DPS? You're like, couple leading zeros there, game. All right, we have room for one more. Otherwise, we're gonna go with 4. I'm happy to go with 4, by the way. The fewer the better, actually. But I'm happy to take a 5th. You can come along with the needle jack. X up the next minute. Otherwise, I'm not gonna invite anybody past 1 more minute past this point. You need ice filaments crate by any chance? I do collect crates. If you ever want to donate me crates, I do collect them, but it's not for the stream. My personal characters collect crates. But yes, I always need crates. But not for content. Got some time for the holidays? Hell yeah. Learning a lot from watching and listening? Yeah? I fucking love that. Well, I have no quizzes for you. Nothing to put you on the spot. I'm glad you're enjoying and have an awesome holiday, you know? I can't wait to give my girlfriend her present. I did Christmas when I was a kid with my family and stuff, but not really as an adult. Not because I'm like, whatever. I mean, honestly, like I'm not like a Christian, so like there's no significance to it. And I did, you know, I've lived an interesting life, so to speak, but it is fun to like chill with people you like or care for and do fun, cutesy things. So I'm fixing to give her a nice little gift.
Waypoint
it's coming in tomorrow. I'll tell you guys what it is after. I can't say it now.
Connecting.
Kingdom Purpose Game. What's up, gangster? I saw you over on YouTube. Thank you for that. I only got a few bullies left. I'll just get rid of them. Happy holidays. Love the vibes here. Awesome. Good man. Chlorokin's my family. Aw. I will probably stream on Christmas. At least for a few hours. I got stuff to give out. I want to make sure to say ho 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 happy whatever the hell you're doing. Yeah, Taryn was asking how we get back. Pretty much 100% of the time. I've never filamented back ever in thousands of yeets. I always get myself killed. So, but if you're new and you don't, and you get an opportunity to run, you can. Obviously, when we're fighting, you should just die. But the idea is if you take my ships and insure them, you'll make a few bucks as a new bro. If you're a vet, like, it's pennies, no biggie. But you can always let me know if you need something. I'll give you more if you need it. Just check your pods. If you're new to the fleet, check your pods. Big deal. It's a big deal. It's not a joke. I'm not being an asshole. You're gonna get out there with your crystals and be like, oh no. Sinsmilia, what's up? How you doing? Hope you're well. We die 100% of the time is why I watch. You know you're gonna die doing it. Yeah, but to be fair, you know, I just want to be my normal annoying self and say, like, that's not like a chlorokin thing. A lot of people do these death fleets. I just like force, and this is crazy, but it's true. Like I force a good outlook on it by preventing toxicity to people we fight, and also like making sure we only bring a small group so we don't get sniped. But the yeet fleet, that's a classic thing, right? It's the exact same thing when people say like, oh, nomading, right? Chlorokin. It's not true. Our forefathers, our ancestors out there in Orcas and J-Space just never made videos about it. Anyway, appreciate you guys. To me, there's no point in a good compliment if it's not contextualized, right? And I know you guys don't like glazing, most of you. Some of you guys glaze, but most of you guys don't like glazing, so it's even better. It hits harder when you mean it and say it with purpose. That's why I like to back that shit up. I've seen your video with the Abyssal Scoops. Yeah? So making your own scoops is just an issue of applying a mutaplasmid to a scoop. Now, if you're asking the generalized instructions for it, well, first of all, I'd say don't gamble with mutaplasmids unless you have ISK that's expendable. Without knowing what you're doing, you won't make any money. And oftentimes, knowing what you're doing, you're also not going to make any money. But if you want to do it for funds, you can roll Tech 2 scoops for low cost and see if you get some good rolls. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, I never took that Advil. Maybe I'm just dehydrated. Yeah, let me go get some water before we do this. I don't want to just drink coffee and be dehydrated. That's why I always feel bad when I stream. I'm always like fucking like a sponge that's dry. Give me 2 seconds. Dude, we are so back. My fleet can warp to me whenever they're ready. And that will indicate that you are ready. And if you're not ready, well, you better get ready, Freddy. Because Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy did not care. Because Fuzzy Wuzzy was molding and coping and seething. Is that allegory for raging about male pattern baldness, Fuzzy Wuzzy? Can I roll shield boosters? Oh yeah. I can roll a lot of things. It's pretty restrictive in contrast with other ARPGs, but for Eve, it's like crazy. Chia seeds will help with your hydration problem? Well, let me start with water. If water doesn't do it, we'll go chia seeds, yeah? You guys remember the chia pets? Remember that shit? Anybody? Anybody not know what a chia pet is? Yo, is there anybody in chat who doesn't know what a chia pet is? Anybody? Be real, don't lie. What is a chia pad? Chia pet. Stellinium has no idea. I'm EU, I don't know. All right, well, here we go. Chia. Guys, get yourself a chia pet. Are you too dumb to take care of a real pet? Get yourself a pot shaped like a hedgehog and grow some type of duckweed out of the back. And you, yourself, can have a chia. Want a cat? Perfect. You can get a cat-shaped pot and grow chia. Love Shrek? This one will be great for your kids. Get a Shrek head. Give him a little a tight and curly. Oh man, Oscar the Grouch. That's a full featured one right there. Ooh wee. Oh, is that Baby Yoda? No, that's the fucking Gremlin. That's fucking what's his name? Gizmo. What else? What is this? Is that Willie Nelson? Some random Native American guy? What's going on here? Bob Ross? Yes, sir. This is mine. This is the one I need. How much is this? Should we get a chia pet? No, if I get a chia pet, my cat will fucking destroy it. Oh, this one? I hate this one. Oh my god, I hate this one. Oh my god! No! $300! Sir, I will pay you $300 to destroy this on camera. Oh, that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. Out of the fucking eyebrows? Does it come out of the nose? Alright, they didn't put any out of the nose. Wait, was there an Obama one? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, yes! So, let me be clear. There's chia sprouts growing out of my head. There's a Trump one? Alright, well listen, there's probably one for all the presidents. Oh! What the fuck? Pennywise? I haven't seen these movies, but yikes! Oh, dude. Oh no. This is the real story behind chia pets. This is what it looks like when you get started. That's not okay. What's with the Reese's? Is this like a Reese's ad? Bro. Anyway. Chia. The Obama one looks realistic? Hell yeah. I would get a chia style. A chia Jerry curl to me is like peak life. I don't know if it would survive the styling though. ET love Reese's Pieces. I think we're here, right? Have we assembled? All right, guys, let's bang. Thanks for being here. You guys look great today. Honorable Geisha says hi chat when I was gone. That's crazy. Did somebody bump me? Who the fuck bumped me? Ooh, piece of candy. The Pennywise one is great, yeah. Oh fuck, hold on one second. Yo, hang tight, Flea. I gotta move my car real quick. Hold on. Sorry, Chad. I'm here. I just had like somebody park as close as they can to where my office is in my house and just turn on their subwoofer to fuck with me because I have like a sign there that says, please don't fucking park here. Holy shit. People are crazy. I didn't expect it to get this petty, bro. I'm like trying to stream and somebody's wailing a subwoofer like, I don't know, way too close to me right now, bro. Doing it intentionally because I got a little beef with my neighbor. That's crazy. Anyway, leaving in 2 minutes. I'm going to go out and just make sure my car is adjusted, and then we're going to keep streaming. Do a little yeet. Sorry for the people in the fleet for the delay. Sorry about that. Stand by. We'll finish the stream up here. Okay. Sorry, chat. Yeah, so long story short, got this neighbor who just, you know, he got used to not living next to somebody. He's just honestly being way too big of a cunt. Like, I gotta be honest, he's being a cunt about the noise. He's doing it deliberately. That's fine. You don't want to stoke it anymore. I've already yelled at him a few times to knock it off. But the fact of the matter is, like, he's gonna real quickly run into some actual real world consequences. Not like, you know, illegal ones, but gotta be careful, like harassing people. Not that parking there is harassing, but using a subwoofer pointed at someone's house when I'm the only house like that you could be pointed at. Yeah, come on. All right, let's jam. Sorry for the delay. Didn't expect somebody to come and actively like disrupt me. Have you been bashing Pocos? Yeah, I killed a bunch, yeah. Send me his address, I'll take care of him. Yeah, I mean, we've got somebody who's like, you know, going on my property a little bit, and I told him to knock it off, and like he got offended by it, and then he started being hella noisy just to piss me off hella early, just literally just to troll me. Like absurd things. So I'm dealing with that. Yeah, no, he's just a sad troll. All right, let's look for a Bankskis, not this one. It's actually not that big of a deal, but like I didn't expect that. 6 jumps away is a huge bank. All right, let's go for it. Fuck it, we're here for the content.
Warp drive active.
Do they automatically post? Yeah, it's automatically posted. I was thinking about taking it off Zkill and holding this stuff, but I don't really care. We're not a Wormhole Corp, but we will have people in wormholes. We're gonna have a couple starter holes, and they're not gonna be like hidden, so not too worried. From your API? Well, you can log out or turn them off and block them from getting posted. I do it on my Jolly Ranchers Corp. I hold kill mills all the time. If both people choose to hold, it doesn't get posted. The reason people don't realize that is because oftentimes you're in a corp that auto posts and you don't even realize.
Warp drive active.
I'd avoid those corps. What? Corps that auto posts? Well, I mean, for example, blocks are going to do it, generally the big ones. Yeah, there's reasons to not auto post, especially in JSpace. No free intel? I like it. Thank you, Scotty, for the backup, by the way. With the neighbors. The dude moved. I got in my car and parked right in front of him and just looked at him. Flicked my high beams until he moved. But I had to go back out to actually block the fucking spot so he's not just like circling back, preventing me from streaming.
Warp drive active.
I also have a problem where I'm a bit sensitive to noise, but like a subwoofer is a bridge too far for someone working at home. Like, are you kidding me? I live in rural area, not a city. You don't expect that. What's up, Cranit? What's going on, buddy? Buddy? What are you doing? We're robbing some banks right now. We're going to see, hopefully, we don't get interdicted. We're going for an absolutely massive one. We'll see if we actually make it. First round, we'll go for a couple rounds. Entertaining, just chilling. There's a fighter next to it. And by the way, I just want to be clear, personality-wise, I think it's fine to make all the noise you want on your own property, but I also think if you're being like actually ignorant with it, like using Dremels on concrete at like fucking 6:59 in the morning, like, you know, if you're doing that shit like on Saturday, like I honestly think you're just doing it to piss me off. And there's so many instances. It's like I think I can kind of tell when someone's a dick and when somebody is just living their life. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but when you start being exceptionally loud at crazy hours after I tell you to stay off my property, like, yeah, you're doing it as retaliation. Depending on how rural you are, you can build a range in your backyard and give the neighbors a 5 a.m. 12 game alarm clock. Not that rural. There's definitely houses here. I also don't like guns. Well, I think guns are cool. I just, you know, I've been depressed before. I don't want to die. Used to live in the middle of a Dutch city, and at one point an alcoholic woman came to live above me. Oof. Yeah. And I guess the problem is, like, with apartment buildings, you expect crazy noises, but, like, I didn't expect to have the one neighbor be such a freaking cunt. But it's okay. It's a me problem. I'll get over it. Subwoofer's a new one, though. That one's... I'm like, I can't even ignore that. Like, my computer is shaking. I loved subwoofers when I was a youngster, and I would not point them at people's houses. I'd do them on the highway or rural roads. The point of a subwoofer is to, like, do it away from people and keep moving. Don't just, like, blast somebody with sound. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's like a motorcycle. It's like, dude, you know, don't rev that shit when you're in your driveway next to somebody. I know you're supposed to do it to warm it up, but, like, don't. Come on. Anyway, I'm sensitive to noise. I admit. Neighbors being CUNTs is average. Yeah, and I bet I'm the CUNT neighbor all the time. I bet you. I bet you I'm that to him. But it's like, at no point do I ever disturb this man. I just tell him to keep his son off of my property just from, like, wandering, or his adult son from coming on my property. And that got him mad. Wow, look at this fucking bank. Jeez. See you guys there. Who Dremel's concrete, though? Yeah, so he has, like, a fountain. And I think he was carving something. Yeah, good question, Scotty. And it was, like, not a household Dremel. It would be one you have in a shop. Bigger. Yeah. And I remember I went outside. I was like, dude, you're such an asshole. And he literally told me to stop harassing him after I said that. I couldn't. I'm just like, bro, I wouldn't even be awake. Anyway. I just don't talk to him no more. I honestly want nothing to do with him. I don't want anything to do with his life. I want him to live his life. But he's just literally fucks with me now. It's crazy. A bunch of Praxis on a scam. We're probably going to have the biggest RR Praxi ball. We're not going to get anything off of this, but it's a 700 mil bank. We have to go for it. Guys, I'll meet you inside of the ESS. I'll rob it and random one of you. If we steal it, you'll get the loot. You have to try. Plus, I wasted a lot of time. I feel bad. So we got 3 people with me right now for a fat, stinky bank. I love that. Let's see what we got. Random.org, 1 to 3. Who gets it? Number 3. Lucky number 3. Taryn Voss gets the loot. Do you know how to asset safety loot, Taryn? I doubt they're going to let us get it, but do you know how to dunk it? Okay. Well, I mean, you can fill them in and leave us too, but what we usually do is we warp to a citadel like that, an enemy citadel, and then we click this button right up here. We click this. And this allows you to put it in the enemy citadel. And once it's in their citadel, you can use asset safety to teleport it to LoSec in 20 days for 15%. That's what we normally do to keep it flowing. But if you're a new bro and you really want the money, you could leave and fill them in too after you steal it. But I think they're going to stop us, but we'll help you no matter what you do. If you want to asset safety, we can. If you want to peel, like, I kind of get it. That'd be a lot to a new bro. I don't know if you're new or not, but I'm assuming. Look at local. Well, yeah, it's just a lot of money. Usually people don't let this shit slide. Eve player says F, I'm old. Dude, me too, man. I received a quiet apartment neighbor. That's awesome. I lived in this apartment and, like, understand I'm overly sensitive to noise and I'm not asking for accommodation. Understand that. I'm admitting it. But I lived in an apartment before where there was, like, a family above me and it was just really weird, man. Like, wooded floors, they'd be playing basketball and shit. I'm not even kidding. None of them ever took their shoes off, so it was just stomping around. No, they would be playing basketball, as in dribbling a basketball. And I'd tell them to stop and they would laugh. What do you mean, why? Because people don't care. There's a shuttle on shore scouting us. What's up, Peter? Bro, that was the same place where these people ran like a detailing service on the alley right in front of my bedroom window. Like it was a tight alley. There's just enough for one car to pass. And this dude would like have customers park in and detail them with vacuums in the morning right outside my window. Totally illegal business. Fine, whatever, I don't care. But like, dude, it was so disturbing and early and annoying, and they'd scream and holler and smoke and whatever. I went out there a couple times and told him to fuck off. One of the people that brought the cars in, I swear to God, was in the car and pulled a machete out and pointed it at me. I'm not even playing. He told me to fuck off, none of my business. It was a full-size machete, grown man. He was older. I wasn't super threatened. He was in the car. It's not like I was about to die, but point being, guys, drink your drugs. They're coming. The point being, like, it's absolutely fucking insane, that place. So this place feels better in contrast. Drink your drugs and follow the broadcast. We'll try to get a kill here. Those Amish are rough. This was in a rather urbanized area for sure. We had tons of people in short order. How much you know about PI? Not much at all. But I got some court mates that are starting to get into it. We knocked down those pocos to help them out. Why, what's up? I heard Loru does a lot of it. I mean, not to talk about Loru, but I heard he does that. Are they not sending the Vexer and Scythe in? Prophecy? Alright, they're bringing more in here? Alright. Enya? The Enya can't make it in. Look at this Prophecy stack. Alright, I'd love to, like, pop the Sci-Fi or the Vexer, but follow the broadcast. We're going to try to do what we can. We're ignoring all prophecies. Unless the Vagabond comes in first, we're probably not going to get him either. But what you ought to consider doing is overheating as soon as possible, because you're going to die quickly. If they all come in together, ain't shit. Vedmak would be a nice trade-up. If he comes in quick, we'll broadcast him. But the idea is to approach and overheat your guns and kill the target. They can make a lot of mistakes right now, but we'll see what they do. There's a mutant as well. We don't really want to shoot that. Deimos, also try to stay away from that. We only have 4 thoraxes, so expect Prophecy. One of these Vedmoks would be fun. Vedmoks. Alright, ignore that. Ignore those. Alright, let's kill this guy. Hard kill him. Hard kill that. And watch for the next broadcast, too. Watch for the overheat on the Vedmok with your webs, and watch for the next broadcast. Drones on Vedmok. Drones on Vedmok. Overheat, 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 overheat. Drones on Vedmok, full damage. Wait for the next broadcast. Wait for it. They're all super tanky. Next is going to be the next. Let's do Gila after. Gila? Lock up the Gila, lock up the Gila, lock up the Gila. Just test this tank, test this tank, test this tank. He could be shitty fit. We could do the Vedmok as well, but let's do the Gila. Damage on the Gila, drones on the Gila. Drones on the Gila. Drones on the Gila. Test this tank, test this tank. They have no logi. They have no logi. Test the tank. I should have killed the other Vedmok, huh? Give a GF in local. Woo! Alright, we killed something. Alright, we're not gonna get the heal. I probably should have gone for the other Vedmok. I figured he'd be able to burn out in the fray. Maybe we should have got on him. Ain't no way that healer dies. We only got 1 bro left. Good try. That was fun. We had 4 thoraxes. Most of them were Tech 1 guns, so that was pretty good. 700 mil bank, and they came with like a cool fleet to fight. Give them a GF. Who are these guys? Who are these guys? Slice. Thank you, Slice. That was a great warm-up round. Check your kills for the Vedmok. We probably got a nice kill. You never know. Courtmate who does PI here? Hell yeah, gravy. Naster on YouTube says, stumbled upon your Wormhole series. It was ages ago since I played Eve, but it was awesome and I fully enjoyed it. I love that. Well, stay tuned. In 2 days or so, we'll have a trailer coming out. And I will have a new episode in a couple weeks. Should be fun. Was there still a spot in your fleet? Let me see. Anybody else X up? Yeah, so just X up and Jack the Needle chat. We got room for 1. Thanks for the fleet. Oh, we got room for 2. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hopefully it was fun. We killed a Vedmok. No bling, so it wasn't a crazy kill, but we'll take it. You should have probably traded up on the Vedmok. Let me see. Oh shit, it was 215 mil for the Vedmok. What brought it up so much? Not just the gun, right? Is Vedbach more expensive than it used to be? Or am I just forgetting the prices? What's the closest clone bay? The one behind it is... Whole post gun is a lot, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, just check your options. There's an option there. I mean, I can pay it. I just tell people to turn it off because it's annoying. It's nice if you're getting spammed, but you know. Alright, let me get some more of these thorax. Actually, I think we should have enough for now. If I take this and then give you guys these. And you can bring whatever you want again, as long as it's cheap. It has to be cheap. But here, I'll just give you guys throwaway thoraxes if you want to come and play. I'm going to use our last chainsaw. We'll probably switch to cheap thoraxes for future ones. How do I disable the fee? I want to say it's user interface, maybe. Where is that fee thing? Anybody know? Maybe it's under chat options. I'll invite you this time, but next time I'll have you turn it off. But this is the fee, by the way, I have to pay. It's called Concord Spam Prevention Act. I never intended it. Yeah, I don't know how to turn it off. Anybody know how to do that? You'll Google? Yeah, no doubt. I'll check it out later if we have no saviors. Oh, it's in the mail. Thank you, Geisha. I can pay you back. Okay. Yeah, it's not about the ISK, it's about the extra clicks, that's all. Mail settings, thank you, Ral. So mail settings up here, yeah? Mailing communications. See, I have it on right now. Oh, but it's set to 0, I see. By the way, I know this is the most petty, stupid shit. I'm like a stupid... I get it, but like, I left a review using a Google account the other day, and it actually reduced their rating from like 3.4 to 3.3, and I felt so powerful. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that's the only type of shit corporations care about. Oh, goodness. You did that to a Dunkin' Donuts for real? Did you? What they? Can you tell me why? What did the D&D do to you? Was their coffee good and you were confused? Like, what happened? Oops. Something about their drive-through process, it was very unprofessional. Wow. Those bastards, dude. We got room for one more if anyone wants to join, otherwise we'll leave in like 5:10. Here, I'll play the beep boop because you guys love the fucking beep boop so much. You guys absolutely adore the beep boop. So we're gonna give it to you. Beep boop.
Capsuleers, welcome aboard Flight 420F with service from the Forge to Nullsack. We are currently third in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 5 minutes. We ask that you set your safety to yellow and ensure your ship is insured before takeoff. Please have your home system set to JITA, check your implants, and remember, toxicity is prohibited for the duration of the flight. Thank you for choosing Chlorokin Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Bing bong. Beep boop. PI tools, please. Okay. POS in containers? Oh, I know the answer to this. So I use enormous freight containers in POS. They don't despawn as long as you use them once every like 30 days. I don't know about the rest of the containers, but it is true. This guy says, stop fitting your Pioneers wrong. They're actually mini barges. Okay. Even subreddit is very boring today, chat. They have no good juicy drama. Can we sing the song though? Yes. Yes. Of course. Fossabot says, support the show by using my referral code. Do not believe her lies. She is scamming you, of course. That'll go directly to me. You'll think you're supporting Fossabot, but in reality you're supporting Chlorokinabot. Alright, let's freaking bang out, dudes. Let's go kill another ship. We just spent, I don't know. I want to say that was about 140 million-isk on the ships, if I had to guess. And we killed a Ved Mach worth 220 million. No mathematician. No expert on the numbers. But I think we came out on top there, chat. Big D is here. Holy shit. Wait, we got Big Haas and Big D. That's so many bigums. Alright, we have enough room for 2 bigums. I just gotta keep feeding you guys curly fries. Otherwise you become Lil. That would be crazy if like one of the more prolific rappers named Lil, like Lil Wayne, if he just got super obese and just switched it up and went Big Wayne. Have you ever seen someone meet you at the ESS with a fleet that could be considered a fair fight? Oh yeah, dude. Dude, we've won them. We've killed every type of marauder multiple times over. We've smoked fleets that have no business responding to us. So the answer is yes. Now, most of the time we get crushed. That fight was actually pretty cool because they staggered in a bunch of ships we could trade up on, but they didn't do it intentionally. Probably shouldn't be flying during the day when Chloro streams are on. The Chloromirth? Yeah, he's streaming more now. He used to stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Now that's cool. Dwayne, how you doing, bruh? We literally have 1 slot left, Dwayne. We literally do. Literally. We're trying to keep it blowy in eyes. I got 1 more to burn. We're trying to keep it as light and sexy as possible. I know that's a big ask for you, though. So if you can keep it light and sexy, sweet. If you can't, just do your absolute best. If you want a thorax, you let me know, Papa. I feel like the best comp for small gangs are kiting. Getting Bob is just GG Yetro. But I suppose the other side of the argument is that if you're trying to just mindlessly play and just goof off and see if people fuck up and like, you know, kind of stream over it and invite new bros, the brawling thing works really well for that. Just depends on what efficacious means to you. I think if you're there to make money and to outplay people, yeah, you probably don't want to brawl, man. That makes a lot of sense. If you're there just for the content, for fun like us, yeah, you definitely want to brawl. Reeball says, seems like a waste of time. Fair enough. Yeah, what I will say, I've done this now like probably over 1,000 times. And it's just supremely fun. And what happens is we end up, like, we just traded up there. Right? Right in front of your eyes. We killed more than we lost. Right? So it depends on what your goal of fun is. For us, it's just fights, new bro accessible, laughing when the blocks overcommit. But yeah, it's taking a lot of L's too. But I've been doing this a lot over the past year and change, and I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun. What happens is you get to kind of interact with the nullsec blocks. The chatters kind of enjoy the banter, and sometimes people fuck up and it's hilarious. Like I can't. Like, we've gone out in groups just like this and killed marauders before they changed it to where they can't get in so many times. to where it's people would come in with Vargers and just somehow be like, oh shit, forgot I can't track, and just die. It's crazy to watch. A little bit less sexy now with the Marauders not here, but it's kind of nice now. They're forced to at least bring something that we can shoot. First public fleet I've joined? Really? No, you'll be all right. Now, this is an easy fleet. You just follow where we're linked in local and, sorry, linked in fleet. You pile in the ESS and you just shoot whoever comes through. Wow. Do people still leave their skyhooks unrobbed? I don't know. I never had much luck with skyhooks. I can tell you we robbed the bank one time in frat space that had 1.3 billion ISK in it and they didn't even come. I can tell you that we've personally snapped tens of billions of coupons, which I've stolen. Traditional Pirate King fashion. All right, let's see where we land. Good luck. Yeah, we've been at this for a while. Yeah, the context is impossible to explain, but it can be quite exciting at times. But yeah, it's often face planting. It's true. 6 jumps away is 210. I mean, let's fly.
Warp drive active.
You just rob these guys? Good man. What ship do you do the robbing with? Whatever Jackson. Usually Thoraxes and shit like that. Sometimes I just fly Brutixes. We see around Skyhooks? Yeah, if you're a bit more coordinated, Skyhooks are great. But one of the pillars of this fleet is no voice comms. I meet some friends along the way. Yeah? You all blued up? People solo rob with stabbers. In coordinated groups, if they do it for money, it's like, you know, they'll bring recons, everything they can. Kiting ships. Old Hype Gang joined DC, love it. Most bigger groups rob their own hooks. Got it. That's probably why I can't find shit. Default dad play, what's up, man? It was fun? Yeah, exactly. This fleet is accessible. It's no text comms, so like even people that are not comfortable talking are cool with it. That's not unique. But the fact that we keep doing it means it's still fun. Sometimes I take breaks because it just doesn't work, but that's fine. Aw. Is your cam out of focus? Oh, is it? Oh shit, it could be. Yeah, it is. Thanks, buddy. It's low light in here, that's why. I couldn't even see myself with the preview over there.
Drive active.
Couple jumps out, we'll rob the biggest bank nearby, and then we'll probably needlejack after that if they don't stop us. How do the coupons function? Yeah, so the ESS skims money from nearby routers and stores it. It can be intercepted. If you steal it, it gives you coupons. The coupons are like bank bonds. You have to sell them like you do blue loot or abyssal loot in K-Space. Amaya says, I think you lost it. Yeah, just set destination in fleet chat and just meet me there. You're good. You see the destination? IPX H5. Is there a DPS or tank for the Skyhooks? The Skyhooks, it's not a room, so it's just kind of open, and you link to it almost like an entosis for a long period of time. A couple rats show up. I don't know. Can you sign on grid with a Skyhook? You can, right? Of course you can, right? Can Alpha solo rob it? Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh, Skyhooks. Oh, I don't know. I don't know that one. Hugin, my beloved fan. What's up, buddy? Yeah, Hugin's Hugin. You'll see a lot of Hugins when you rob banks because they slide him in to catch you from running because you don't even see him coming. I don't really recommend solo skyhooking other than just for the experience. I wouldn't expect to do it to make a ton of cash, but if you make a game out of it, like how many banks can I rob without dying, that's fun. If you do it with a buddy and banter and local nicely, that's fun. Right? But then again, I can't tell you what fun is. I mean, maybe for you, fun is something crazy, but the idea is, my opinion. But you need one of the special haulers for Skyhooks. Well, if you want to pick up the loot, you do. Otherwise, you'd have to. We've robbed them before without those, and like you can only take like a small amount of loot in each cargo, so it takes forever to ferry it around. So you definitely want a squall at least to hold it if you want the loot, which is the whole point. Left in 2019, 2010. Or 2020? Cool. Yeah, I left probably 2018, 2019. Came back a few years ago. Missed a big chunk of development there. Hopefully it's not paid out because there's not many banks nearby him. There's a saber. Oh. So the procedure if you see a saber is to ignore him unless he shoots you, then you shoot him back. Just try to get through the gate though. We could be stopped though. Let's find out. Oh no. Alright, cool. So we'll probably get to the other side. And usually these guys are just slowing you down or trying to buy time, but we'll find out. Just ignore the saber unless he shoots you. If he bubbles you, fly out of the bubble. There's nobody else here. That's crazy. So I want you guys to totally ignore the saber unless he red boxes you. Then you shoot him back. Otherwise, meet me in the ESS and Desto. Do not shoot him on the close side because then you can't cross the gate. He could drop a bubble, burn off, and his friends could come and kill you. It's smarter to just get in the ESS where he can't even come. He looks kind of AFK though, doesn't he? Don't shoot him too because it resets your timer. So let's roll the bank again. You know, let's just give it to Terran. Because he rolled last time we got killed. I'm gonna give it to Terran and the next one we'll re-roll and he'll be the exception. He's new. Can you explain what you're doing with the ESS? In which way? Well, I'm robbing them. So I'm currently flying to the beacon and we're robbing inside the bank. Now we're in here. So now we're able to link to the bank for 6 minutes and take the money inside of it if they don't kick us off. This circle is linked. This bubble is where you have to burn out of to leave, right? Yeah, I have a lot of gaps. A lot of people play like that, gaps in their playtime. It's kind of crazy to be playing Eve non-stop for years and years. Ooh, big fleet joining local. Uh-oh. Hope you guys are inside the ESS. Lord Amaya, are you making it? Uh-oh. Lord Amaya's gonna get killed. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You're gonna see it in fleet in 3, 2, 1. Is that... Yeah, this is much different. This predates Skyhook. Oh, dude. That dude's hella... There's also Vexer. Ooh, is he gonna bring in a Vexer remote rep strat? That's cool. I guess we'll just have to try our best. You're on your way. Good luck. I mean, there's like a big fleet between you and us now. Oh no. You're about to learn some cool stuff about Eve. Yeah, they're on our doorstep with the Vexers and the Blackbird. I mean, just follow my broadcasts, right? If they're remote rep, we're obviously not going to beat them with 4, but drink your drugs and follow my broadcasts. Yeah, it's okay. I gotta go. No worries. I didn't. They came so fast. So the Vexers are not going to pull range, but the Blackbird might be a bunny, so we're going to kill the Blackbird as soon as we see it. But obviously the Vexers, we'll just one by one see if we can beat their tank. If not, it's not worth jumping around. We'll have the coordination for it. Yeah. Number 1 target here, and then I'll start broadcasting Vexers. Overheat everything. Oh, your damage, right? Kill this target so we don't lose DPS. Put your drones on them. I'm going to broadcast the Vexer as well. We're going to kill this Vexer next. Lock up that Vexer. Overheat. Blow his face off and switch to the next Vexer immediately. My hand is the next Vexer. Approach Vexer. Approach the Vexer. Kill. Kill the next Vexer. Next Vexer after is broadcasted. Just follow the broadcast, folks. Overheat. Overheat. We're on my hand. Then we're going to go Miko Vand. Okay. Okay, they got me. After him, we're going to go on Miko Vand. Miko Vand is next. After Miko Van, we're going to go on... Let's see, are they pulling range? Let's see, anybody close? They're definitely pulling range right now. At this point, split your damage after Miko. At this point, grab anybody you can. Chase them down. Overheat your prop mods. Overheat your prop mods. They're pulling range. Overheat your prop mods and chase them down. Kill Miko if you can with the drones, and then split on any target you want. Because we're too spread out. Or they pulled range. There's also this fella getting close. Maybe that's the guy. At this point, I would either kill pods and spread your damage, or get on whoever you can apply to, and get up close and get your blasters right on them. We don't want to focus fire because we're all spread out and they pulled range. Great fight. That was fun. Someone said, did they ever bring fair fights? There you go. That was kind of dope. He says, what the hell? They went straight for the headshot? No. I was in E&I, the biggest ship on field, plus I was linked. They had to go for me. Yeah, we still even got a little bit more juice in the tank. 2 guys still up, boxing. I don't know if this Thorax can get close to a Vexer or not, but if you can, finish off the pods and get enough Vexer, see if you can go for another kill. It's kind of fun. I'm glad Lord got in here, too, to fight with us. I love it. Post your kills in Fleet if you got them. Blackbird did not get a chance to jam us. If you're on headshotting, you play. I think headshotting is appropriate for like Sov and stakes stuff. But if 2 people want to goof off, it's cool to leave the other person, but I don't care one way or another. You resist the first jam, I love that. Well, drop a GF when you die. That was fun. This is probably just one person playing all these Vexers if I had to guess, right? So it was the old 5v1. Almost got one. Good try, good try. Ooh, it looks like we may have got one. Maybe that guy's low? Oh, I have no idea. We got 1 Thorax versus 2 Vexers. Dude, this is the most fair fight we've ever seen. Yo, Thorax, get him, bro. Get him. Dwayne's like, ah. Good fight, good fight. That was fun, actually. I honestly thought at a glance it might have been a bunch of people that were in like a standing fleet with Vexers. I was really no. As soon as they landed, it was multi-box anchored. We killed the Blackbird, which was nice. I don't know if that was his anchor or not. Maybe it was just a canary. Who knows? That was fun. We got a couple of extra kills in there. Looks like we got 4 kills. Surprisingly fair fight, right? I never drank my water. Damn. We normally don't get such fair fights. That was good. He obviously has the multi-boxing bunny coordination. Even though we kind of outgunned him. Vexers are great at working together. They really are. Low APM, high output. Great tank. Great little alternative to Dommies and shit. Good fight, dude. There was a small chance we survived that. Maybe if I pulled range and came in the fight halfway through as the ENI, we might have actually survived that and kept going. Let's go back out. Let me get some more of these shells. If you got a drop fleet, yeah, I'm glad you made it in without dying. I was shocked you even did that. I thought they were going to stop you. If you got a drop fleet, feel free to drop. Post your dubs in fleet before you leave. But you're welcome to stay, of course. If we have any empty spots, I'll have y'all X up. You can kind of understand why the Thoraxes kind of make sense for this. We're kind of just seeing what happens. You might as well use a cheap setup for that. We could even use Vexers in the future. I think one time we went out with Vexers. It's just a little bit more clicking, a little bit more chance to F it up. Thoraxes are like absolutely fail-proof. You warped into the middle of them? Yeah, I saw. Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I see. Remember, if you ever go to an ESS, you can warp to it at like 50, 70 km, and you can still enter. It's a huge entry. Right, let me blend in with the rest of the people. I'll use a cheap one. If only had a smart bomb. Let's do one more, and I'll probably call it because I feel like I'm getting a little drained. I got a bunch of stuff to do today. But this has been entertaining to say the least. I wasted a lot of time dealing with the subwoofer people. Wait, what am I doing? I already have one. Like a nice subwoofer, but not pointed at my house when I'm streaming, please. Please. Alright, one more round. We got one spot if anybody wants to join. I'll meet y'all out there in a few minutes. Have to wait 20 minutes so I can jump. Well, maybe we just have 3. Oh no. Somebody didn't listen to the ding dong. Somebody didn't listen to the ding dong. It's okay. We love you anyway. So were people like they are in a subwoofer? No, like they like the subwoofers and forget other people are around trying to do things. Let me know if you need a few more cheeks in seats. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Wait, PK is coming. Oh, fuck. Dwayne's always down. Let's just go with our mains. Fuck it. Thanks for the field opportunity. Yeah, dude, I do these occasionally all the time. You're always welcome to join. Thanks for coming. I'm surprised you didn't get intercepted. That was impressive. Well done. Got a nice little fight. You may not have got on the Vexers, but, you know, I had a good time. I got one more in me, though. Easy. Can't stop right after PK just showed up? Dude, he came with us last time in like a freaking Omen or a Thorax, and we ended up killing like 4 bill in like 3 seconds with all this loot. He's just I think it's luck. I don't think he's skilled at all, personally. I personally just think it's luck.
Docking request accepted.
Uh-oh. Young Mark coming in here. Holy smokes. You guys are about to see one of the most primo feeds of all time.
Connecting.
Marquis. If you guys don't know who this is, your head's probably in the sand.
Connecting.
Thank you, Marquis. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm sure you were a raid and runner like me. Take care, partner. Secret followed. Plague followed. Tom says, hi, Chlorokin. Hi, I like the way you spelled that. It's Slorosin. Plague Walker, welcome.
Connecting.
If you don't know, you probably spend too much of your plagues. Called out.
Connecting.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we use his website. We have like an affiliate code there for the channel. You guys use it a lot. It's a significant amount of money in my opinion. Appreciate it. Draftsman followed the stream. Shosindar. I knew I was gonna mispronounce that as soon as it came out of my mouth. Show, good to see you. Corporal Darkstar followed the stream. Hula Wolf, what up? Just miswrite the H? No. Never. I can't. I won't. I absolutely refuse to. Well, I was talking earlier about, like, it seems like more people are watching my stream on average, but when Marquis raids you, you know, it fluffs the numbers. People are going to think I'm so popular. Just kidding. Posted a pic of my feet. Well, fleet in your Discord. Okay. Yeah, listen, I'm not, even if I was like a foot guy, I don't want to see chat's feet, sorry. But I'll see your fleet. Let me see. You have a large resolution monitor. Fleet pics. Or GTFO. PK, what you need? I got anything for you. Of course. Will there be another Nomad episode? Funny you say that. A trailer for episode 16 coming out in 2 days on Christmas. And new episode in a couple weeks. Once a year. AR, good to see you. Hopefully my neighbor doesn't pull out an AR. Chen says you are the most popular streamer. It's true. That's true. I've heard that. Loru, Crash, Marky, all the other heavy hitters, Grim, iBeast. These guys obviously get fewer views than me. Duh. Come on. Meat Shield Maddit. That's a name right there. All right, let's bang. We got the Wonder Twins here. Good luck. Bing bong.
Capsuleers, welcome aboard Flight 420F with service from the Forge to Nullsec. We are currently third in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 5 minutes. We ask that you set your safety to yellow and ensure your ship is insured before takeoff. Please have your home system set to JITA, check your implants, and remember, toxicity is prohibited for the duration of the flight. Thank you for choosing Chlorokin Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Enjoy the flight, enjoy the flight, da-da-da-da. Enjoy the flight, enjoy the flight, enjoy the flight, enjoy the flight, da-da-da-da. All right, let's go. Someone says you gotta self-identify as the most popular. Well, you know, I try every day to be less delusional than I was the previous day. Oh no! All right, immediate Thunderdome. Immediate Thunderdome. Immediate Thunderdome. Run it back. Run it back. You guys think you're all getting away? Nope, you're all dead. Goodbye. Goodbye. Who wants it? Who wants it? PK thinks he's getting away. Where's Dwayne? I'm gonna kill Dwayne. You know what? Big D has no business being this sexy. By the way, this is how my fleets go. Normally we just show up and shoot each other because we don't feel like actually looking for content. So wow, I'm getting smoked. All right, fair enough. I did kind of start the conflict here. GF, drop a GF in local too. These locals are going to be extremely confused as to what's happening. Guys, why are there 4 thoraxes on local? Guys, why are there now 3 thoraxes? Guys, there's no thorax. Make an alliance and name it only gangs. I got a corp called Chloro Kitties. Alright, we'll go back out here in like 5 minutes. Go fight, go fight. I'm not traveling for content. Hell no, not in this economy. Damn, look at PK sneaking away like the fucking tryhard he is. Ooh. Look at the thorax got him though. Geisha's toast, that's it. Oh god. Damn, PK hit me for 11. Dude, PK's top damage on everybody's kills. What the fuck is that about? How does PK get top damage on every kill in a free-for-all? What, do you got 1 laser on each of us? What is this? Alright, we still got room for 1 more. If you want to join us, join Jack the Needle chat. We're gonna look for a bank. But since our ships are so cheap, who gives a shit? Gonna have to watch them all over? That's awesome. Yeah, no, new episode. I would expect 1 a year, though. And I know people are like, well, why? But it's because I like the series. I like to take it slow. Not everything has to be fast and hard and for profit. You got your impel on hand to Lincoln Corp. Negative. But when you get on comms with me, holler at me. I'll give you some tips. I got a core mate talking to me, my bad. So let's see. Anybody want to X up? Let me know. Otherwise, meet me back in Jeddah. I got another ship for you. We'll go back out. Little palette cleansing going on here. Young PK. Poor PK. He's gonna have to do the lonely thing and kill himself in the game. Don't Netflix it. The reason it came because I seen your YouTube content on Loro. Oh, don't like overdo it. Yeah, no, I'm far from it. I spend too much time talking about that shit. I'm trying to stay away from being, in my opinion, too commercial for personal preferences. I think it's cool to do commercial Eve work though. Yeah, is that fair? Bro, I've had a headache ever since that white supremacist was in my chat. I don't know if that's related. Do I have 5 minutes? Yes. I'll meet you out there in a little bit. It's hard for PK to just go down when there's more in the tank. I think he's a competitive guy. I don't know. I've never talked to him on comms. I think he's a competitive feller. Like, that's what I get out of it. But I wouldn't call him try hard necessarily, based on what I've seen. And just to be clear, try hard is a pejorative. White what now? I had a chatter who, in my opinion, was condoning some pretty ridiculous things. But maybe other people see it another way. I don't fucking know. I just know that if you're a racist, you do not belong in my chat. And if you don't know you're a racist, I'm happy to tell you. Anyway, I'm done talking about oppression today. I've talked about it too much. But the point being, ever since that guy came and I had to ban him like 4 times, I've had a headache. And I wonder why. Oh shit. I wonder what a polarized thorax actually costs. He had Twitch odds. Well, so he got banned from Twitch chat because I was just tired of him, and I'm like, I very plainly read the stuff he was condoning on stream. I was like, yeah, this is white supremacy, in my opinion. And then I banned him because he just wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, and he just kept doubling down. And then he showed up on YouTube on an alt account, and I banned that. And then he showed back up on YouTube on another alt account, and banned that. And then he showed up in my Twitch DMs, I banned that, or I blocked that. It's like, bro, if you don't want to feel so stupid for being like having a viewpoint that just is not logical and fair, well then just change your mind, learn something. Come on, man. What's up, Dubs? How you doing? We still got a few minutes. Yeah, the full contact, I mean, whatever. I guess it's just what today's stream is about. But the full context was we were talking about Omarchy, which I think is a compositor for Linux. And I remember reading some disturbing things about the person that runs that project. And I went and looked him up today. He has a blog that is public facing that is basically like run-of-the-mill British style white supremacy. So I'm just like, come on, bro. You're allowed to like not care about this, I guess, but I'm also allowed to ban you from my chat. So suck on them eggs, bro. Oh yeah. I really don't have that problem much in my chats. I have people that roll their eyes at like, you know, correct speech, and I get, you know, but they generally just like move on. It doesn't like define them, you know? I hope. When I tell them to please stop. Most of the time we just talk about Eve and Linux here though, but today was a Wokokin day, I guess. Let's go back out and try it one more time. If we have to Thunderdome again, I'll probably just give up and let them fucking needle check together with Dwayne's halls. Let's try it one more time, chat. One more. Yeah? Maybe it's the skin I was using. Let's see if it's the bloody skin. The bloody skin's gotta be it's gotta work really well. Oops. Gnome supremacy. I do fuck with gnomes hard. Gnomes and dwarves I fuck with hard. I'm on the taller end in real life. I fantasize about being like the shortest of all the kings. I'm sorry, I said it.
Warp drive active.
So, for example, Baldur's Gate, you know? Dwarfed up. World of Warcraft, loved me some gnomes. You don't like Mac, though? You talking about Easy Mac? You talking about Macintosh? You talking about Mac Miller? Greetings, Xantia. Halt. You have violated the law. What's going on? Whoop. Time to take the girls home. I hope you have a great one. See you, Blackheart. Take care, partner. Guys, thank you, of course, for coming. I'll be winding down eventually here. We got a raid from Marquis at the very end there. But we'll point you somewhere. Hopefully somewhere entertaining when I'm done. Or maybe Macklemore. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about Macklemore. You know what's crazy is like, I'm a fan of hip-hop, right? I like hip-hop. I'm not a student by any stretch of hip-hop, but I like it. It's fun. Makes you feel manly, especially like the old gangster rap stuff, right? Okay. Macklemore, I think I remember the dude and the songs and stuff. Like it was interesting because like he kind of has like that cringe kind of Jack Harlow pop presence to him, but also like he also says some incredibly on message shit that I personally agree with, and isn't afraid to tank his career for his opinion, which is interesting. Normally you see it the other way. Someone has some terrible opinion they don't mind risking their career for. He's like kind of the opposite. Gotta say I like that, even though I don't listen to him. Just saying. Respect to Macklemore. For example, standing up for people that are, you know, being attacked or whatever it is. Alokin, good to see you. Should I say salutations? Indubitably. Are we all gnomes now? I was trying to make a Linux joke about the gnome. Okay, yeah, I find it kind of fell flat. Yeah, I used GNOME for a little bit. It was one of the first DEs I used. I think GNOME has great potential for people that quite literally do not ever want to touch a config file in their life and just want to use stock stuff that's slick and recognizable to them. GNOME has a lot of application, and those people exist, and I will not forsake them. But for someone who loves to tinker and like be able to reproduce everything and customize things without having to use kind of bridges like GNOME shell tweaks and stuff, I feel like it's not really my cup of tea. So anyway, beat that one to death. Guys, good luck. PK got a timer. Banning him.
Capsuleers, welcome aboard Flight 420F with service from the Forge to Nullsec. We are currently third in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 5 minutes. We ask that you set your safety to yellow and ensure your ship is insured before takeoff. Please have your home system set to JITA, check your implants, and remember, toxicity is prohibited for the duration of the flight. Thank you for choosing Chlorokin Airlines. Enjoy your flight.
Yo, PK says he needs 2 more minutes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, yeah, no worries. Do you need to, you're gonna do the maneuver? Yeah, no worries. Guys, I want everybody to pay attention to this. PK fucked up. Pay attention to this. I glaze him hella hard all the time, and today he fucked up. If you gotta go, then gotta go. No, I'm gonna wait for you, dude. Come on, you're a friend of the show. You're probably our most recent lieutenant. Did you know that, Dwayne? PK got up to a lieutenant while you were, you know, chilling, taking a little break from Eve or whatever. Or giving me some air in the stream or whatever you want to call it. You weren't in chat. He's a lieutenant now in the imaginary NPSI group called the Lemming Pack. This is a coveted role. People will pay thousands of in real life dollars for this role, and PK got promoted by virtue of catching us probably the most cool targets of all time in this fleet. But the problem is the glaze is too heavy. He doesn't like that. I don't like it. So this is perfect. This is an opportunity where we can just absolutely make fun of him. He forgot to clear his timer before going on a Needlejack. Imagine that. Yo, Kethel, first time catching your stream. What's up? We're almost done today, unfortunately. I stream a lot, though. I'll actually stream on Christmas, if you can believe it. Alokan Stargazers, welcome. If I didn't say hi already, thank you for the follow. You know, for people who want to use Windows and Linux. You know, I actually think that GNOME is for people that prefer a Mac experience. That's kind of the general take, and I agree. If you want your classics Windows 7, Windows XP-like experience, we really do recommend Linux Mint with Cinnamon on it. Cinnamon would be the desktop. Mint would be the distro. Kethel with the follow, thank you. And of course, I mean our Discord, but it's not unanimous by any stretch. By the way, we're going to do an end-of-year survey on our Discord. I hope you guys participate. If you're a Linux user or not, you can participate in the survey. We'll post out stats every year. It's just something we do. Egg whites are better for your heart. That's true. I had a buddy who was really into like bodybuilding and whatnot when I was younger. He would go out and eat egg whites all the time. I always tell this joke to like friends in real life, but this kid one time, I was out to eat with him and his girlfriend and some other people. And one of the girls that was there eating with us, she asked him like if he wanted any of her food, like some like side or something, and he looked at her dead in the eyes. He's like, do you think I got a body like this eating shit like that? And I'll never forget it. Dude was serious. It was, and she just like, I can't like talk about a way to shame a woman instantly, for fuck's sake. Anyway, I'll never forget that. It was hilarious, and I say it all the time now, but in the moment it was mean. She wasn't like, you know, struggling with weight or anything, but the point being, it's like, wow. He's like, he did like MMA and stuff too. He was, you know, he was in military for a little bit. So he was like very aggressive. But like one of these guys that's like aggressive yet largely impotent due to like, you know, you're not like actually trying to get the smoke from people. You just like flex him a little bit. He's one of those guys. Fun guy, but total piece of shit, probably. Sorry for listening, Joe. Sounds like a dick. Oh yeah, he was. Yep. Oh yeah, dude, he was terrible to women too. He was a friend of a friend out there doing stuff. In hindsight, I probably should have never hung out with him. But I had some friends. I in various phases of my life, I was the piece of shit people shouldn't have been hanging out with. So can't like litigate it all over and over again. Not that you're asking for it. Guys, PK's back. Holy shit. Let's see if we can do this without getting a desert. By the way, last time we had to do that, if you're new to the game, we needle jacked, which is the teleport. It puts you somewhere along the outside of the map here. So it puts you along the rim here. Don't say it. So it puts you along the rim here, and what happens in one of these purple systems, red systems, sometimes you end up in an area where there's actually no banks to rob because the needle jacks don't actually have anything to do with the banks. Even though they are correlated, the banks are not causated by needle jacks or vice versa even. So let's needle jack. Thank you, PK, for getting it settled. I like smaller groups too because it makes waiting feel way less bad. Just a couple of people hanging out. With 10, 20 people, like waiting makes me feel like a school teacher who like can't deliver the lesson because one asshole kid like keeps just like shoving pencils up his butt or something. I just actually downloaded Mint, was going to dabble a bit after Xmas Eve. Cool, man. I mean, seriously, dude, like at me on the Linux Discord or get a hold of me in DMs, like with your Linux stuff. It's cool to see people tinker. Not everybody sticks with Linux after they try it. But can you ever really know if it's cool or not unless you try it? Can you ever really know if you can do it unless you try it? My argument's no. But I'll stop proselytizing. Finally back home now, I can actually watch instead of listening to the Chloro podcasts. 50 million here, a couple interesting ships in local. Let's look for something bigger. Nothing bigger at all. Oh my god. All right, well, I guess we'll just take this one.
Warp drive active.
Wow, we are getting deserted. We are in old Horde space, ain't we? Prairie and Falcon Falls. Isn't this northeast or am I bugging? Yeah. So this shit is, I don't even know what group lives here now. But we're about to take all 20 mil of their shit. Can we ask them to fight us in local? Fuck, they're gonna all leave. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Thunderdome for the cash and we'll end it at that. Let's steal the money and then whoever wins the Thunderdome, when I call it, we'll take the money. I'm sorry, we no content now. Oh, boss just moved here? Cool. I saw them in UW9 a lot. They were moving big stuff. Other groups were moving big stuff through UW9. It's kind of cool to watch. They're kind of sloppy about it. Not boss. Another group or two. Alright, if they don't defend, we'll do a Thunderdome. The winner gets to burn out and keep all the drops and loot. It'll be big stakes gambling. Also, I'll put another 100 mil on the winner. I'll do it. So, don't shoot until I tell you to, though. If you shoot first, I'll disqualify you. And then you owe me a soda. Maybe we'll get lucky and the Loki will come in here and die. We're all going to start 0-ish as well, so Patrick doesn't auto-win. In theory, best case scenario, my needle jacks take me to system close to staging systems, big alliances. Yeah. It does happen. Right? We've been using signals all day, like the trafficy ones. However, with that said, you ain't guaranteed shite off these needle jacks. I wouldn't mind needle jacks being a little bit more efficacious at what they do. I wouldn't mind like a bank robbing needle jack. Like imagine what that would do. I guess it would be too accessible. There should be a needle jack at least that excludes NPC space. Like a signals should not include NPC space. That should be like a benefit of living in NPC space. My opinion. But then again, I'm no game designer, so we'll leave that to Okami and his friends and whatnot. Associates. Better for your heart. That Young Marquis stream raid inflating the shit out of my views, dude. Look how popular I am. That's amazing. Oof. And you guys know me too. I can't believe it. You guys know a famous streamer with hundreds of viewers. Only the finest hype trains around here, folks. OMW says, who are you again? Oh, my name is Ken. Good to meet you. How are you? You have subscribed for 12 months and you're asking who I am. That right there is some banter. Love it. OMW, good to see you, buddy. 12 months is a long time for someone to still enjoy your show. I always wonder what draws people to it. You know, I have some ideas, but it is too big of a thing to grasp for my small walnut brain why people watch me. But we'll take it. I don't want to know why. I'm not fishing. I'm just saying. Big picture. Following for 2 years. All right. Now he's just stunting. Why you gotta stunt on chat like that? What Don't make me go back to the frickin' heat map, dude. I'll do it. Oh, Jesus. How long you been following? Since here? Oh, shit. This is when I first... Yo, look, check this out. Look, the first time I ever streamed Eve was May 13th. I streamed for 3.4 hours and had an average of 7 viewers. And then I streamed the next day and got 9 viewers on average. The next weekend I streamed and got 13 and then 17. And then I didn't stream for 3 months. And then I streamed again and got 12 viewers. Cool. So on the 17th of November, I had 612 average viewers. Do you know why? Because on these bright days are the days CCP would raid me as a fledgling streamer that had no idea what the fuck was happening. I would be streaming and be like trying to like adjust the volume on the alerts, and like CCP would raid with like 3,000 people. I'm like, oh. Hi, like I don't know what I'm doing. My camera was like right here in front of my face. You could like see my pores. I'm like taking bong rips off camera, forgetting to mute the camera and shit. It was a shit show back then, the dark days. All that shit literally happened too. Good times. Where'd it go? Wait, where'd it go? There it is. But yeah, you can see these bright days when I had like hundreds of viewers on average. That was just because of CCP. And you'll see I stopped streaming around here because I got really bored of Eve around here. And I'm like, well, people only watch me because I play Eve, and it's pissing me off. I'll play Eve and get 100 viewers, and I'll switch to like No Man's Sky or something, and like nobody will watch me. So I got really pissed off and like stopped streaming. I didn't understand what the point of streaming was if people would just watch you for one game. I seriously didn't get it. I mean, now I've learned a lot. But you'll see me slowly start to play Eve again, but I can't because my internet's destroyed. During this time frame, my internet was cooked. I could not stay connected to a stream to save my life. And eventually I started streaming Path of Exile for months. Months and months and months. And I was able to stay connected a lot, but you see I have like an average of like 20 viewers. But then I started to try to stream again, but couldn't really get it working. And eventually shit just started working, and I've been streaming ever since. All the time, because it's fun as hell. People literally sub to my channel. It's amazing. What's up, Yuri? How you doing? What's your OnlyFans? I don't have one yet. Soon. I'll get one soon. Followage. The dark days started after the stack disappeared. Yeah. So Dwayne's talking about the coupons we robbed doing this. We used to stack them up. We had like 30 billion stuck in a pile. And I always joked with the chat, like, we're going to stack it up until we have 1 million. I ended up taking them and putting them towards my own personal industry. And Dwayne's never, ever, ever, ever going to let me live that down. As he shouldn't. As he shouldn't. But a Pirate King does what a Pirate King wants. And that's just how shit be. The truth is that that amount of money for that amount of effort was pathetic. Alright, so I'm going to recall you guys on top of me. Fight starts when jet can hits the floor. Don't shoot until then, alright? So don't shoot until you see a jet can hit the floor. Winner takes all. I'm going to try to pull the Omen close to me because he's trying to pull range already because he's a sneaky fuck. Alright, get ready. We have jet can. Ladies and gentlemen, we have jet can. Oops, I can't target the Omen. Boop. Boop. Wait, Dwayne's getting focused? What the fuck did Dwayne do? What the hell did Dwayne do to deserve such a swift death? That's crazy. Oh, yeah. This is so funny. Damn, dude. Dwayne got absolutely punked. I've never seen anything like that. Oh, did I accidentally not drop all the loot in the box? That's hilarious. I didn't put all the loot in the box. Now I can't put it in there. Alright, alright. Looks like PK wins yet again. I mean, I can't win. Don't let me win. This is crazy. PK's gone, but I feel like the drones kill him. If the drones grab him, he's dead. My hammerheads are missing. Yeah, he can't win. It's over. And I will always Love you and I. Oh shit, he's gonna beat me at the very. Oh fuck, dude. Patrick wins yet again, guys. Look at his health. He's got one fucking hole left. This son of a bitch did it again. You can't stop him, dude. He's out of control. He runs this shit. Near, far, wherever. Alright, sorry. My bad. Anyway, wow, good fight, buddy. Sorry we didn't get any sweet bang content at the end, but PK can loot the field and go risk it somewhere else. You guys can help me Christmas shop for Eve Christmas before I leave, yeah? What do you think? Good fight, buddy. If you guys want some thoraxes to keep going, just open trade for a stack. Oh, dip though. Oh, wait, PK burned out? Oh, PK burned out! Wait, Dwayne's drones killed him? Wait, everybody died. Wait, what? PK died. So Dwayne's drones killed him from the grave. Huh? Like, we should let them own local. Well, we accidentally killed ourselves and there's loot sitting in the ESS if you want it. Godspeed and happy Christmas. Wow. I've never seen such a fail Thunderdome. I thought he burned out from hull damage or something. I didn't even know drones could posthumously kill people. This man just got outplayed by drones with a dead dad. Sorry, I shouldn't have said dead dad, but you know what I mean. What's up, Rizio? How you doing? The Queen of Seeds. In the flesh. Cosmic Pookie is here. What's up? My 7800 XT just got back from RMA. Oh, that's sick. I bought a 6800 from a buddy. Yeah, buddy. I hope he comes back one day. Yeah, I bought a 6800 XT used from someone. If it gets too hot, it actually turns off. There's a junction issue with the heat, but use it for everything. It's great. As long I just manage the temps. Yeah, I can't believe you're so good at this game, Dwayne. Literally posthumously killing people. Posthumously. I'm assuming I'll probably touch base tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure I have the trailer done tomorrow, no matter what. I already, know what I want to do, but trailers are not hard to make. I just make like a 60-second teaser to get people hyped for a Nomad Tale. I usually do it a little bit before I release it. Did I win after all? Yeah, I said 100 mil. I mean, PK still gets 100 mil for winning. Nah, he won. Oh, wait, did Dwayne win? Nah, they each get 50 mil. Let's not overcomplicate this. We'll split it up. Ah, fuck it. We'll give Geisha 50 mil too. Why not? Everybody gets 50 mil. Participationist. Alright, so we gotta do just a little bit before we sign off. We gotta look for stuff I want to hand out for Christmas. I already said I want to give out a few of these. We'll give out like 3 or 4 of these venture skins. These are extremely primo venture skins. Again, I can't communicate enough how sweet these are. We're gonna hand out some of these. This will make some people very happy. What else? Obviously skill injectors. Flex, right? And what else? Do we want to do ships? I'm gonna do giveaways all day, and it's gonna be just me giving you shit because I want to. You're not gonna. I'm gonna turn off hype trains and subscriptions so you can't do it to me. It's gonna be a one-way street. So probably like Marauders, Black Ops. I love giving those out. They inspire new bros especially. What else? Yesterday I gave away a couple of nice things because people kept throwing fucking subs at me. Oh, you know what I was thinking, PK? I was giving a Fado to everybody that shows up in chat. Right? What do you think? have a random Garmin and Jedi I can give you, yeah? Wait, no, I don't. No, I'm giving you things. Wait, Turtonator, you're getting this confused. Why are you trying to give me things? This is me giving you things. You're doing it wrong, cowboy. To give away? Nah, hold on to it, bro. I know you're generous. You're good. We'll have fun with or without a ton of stuff. Garmer, ooh la la. So I'm thinking we should have a nice assortment of things that kind of inspire joy. So let me open up a text editor. I'll just jot this down before we sign off for the day. If we make a new thing. So Plex is always sweet. Skill injectors. We can break them down into small to give more of them out. I think that's a good way to do it. Obviously Venture Skin. This is a cool one.
Connecting.
It's also expensive on off seasons. I also think that, by the way, if you're following for a giveaway, not doing it today. It's just Christmas. Let me see. I think giving out Black Ops Marauders is something that I like doing. You can pick some of these. I like when you guys do polls and choose which one. We can do that a little bit. What else? Carbon. Yeah. Oh yeah, Fados for all. I'm thinking I can do a thing where I give you a Fado if you want one. Sup, Rio? How you doing? I had to read your name. See you, Rio. Good to see you. So depending on how many I have, I'm going to make you collect it in a place that's not Jitta, though, to kind of make sure people don't just log on all their olds and take all my Fados. So this is probably a very Chloro Christmas. A very Chloro Christmas, right? I think this will probably work, you know? Probably give like 1-2K away of Plex. We'll probably try to be generous if I can. Haven't found any of those? What, Fados? They're from a very esoteric source. By the way, if my fleet wants to go again, you can open trade. I'm going to drop in a little bit. You guys can keep going. I'm assuming you're just along for the stream ride, but open a trade with Jack. I'll give you one of my thoraxes. I'm dipping them. I've been streaming too long already. These streams go by so fast. 4 hours. At Julius, good to see you. Again, thank you to all the marquee chatters and stuff. I stream an awful lot. I also make YouTube videos every so often. I kind of live a low-key life. I try to be nice to people. Good to meet you. You're welcome to go to my YouTube if you want to see how people like learned about me. There's a series called A Nomad Tale there. You're welcome to check it out. Not really so much an advertisement as it is a little bit of contextualization. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm not going to put ads on YouTube videos anymore. I think I'm going to go and take them all off, and I'll just point you to my Patreon if you want to support me. This would make me feel better about it. It generates a little bit of money, but I think long term, I want to feel as good as possible about everything I'm doing here. So I think I'm going to turn this off on Christmas and leave it off forever and not monetize my YouTube videos anymore. I'm still going to pay for music that I use. I'm still going to do it legit. I'm just not going to run any. If I can, hopefully they don't play any. They might still play some, but the reason is ads suck. And if I can do it without it, I'd rather do it without it. And if you want to support me, you can just go to my Patreon or something, or go to Twitch. So that'll be the very Chloro Christmas. That should make some people's lives just a tiny, 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 tiny bit better. Now, people were talking about a charity stream. We might do a charity stream when we release a new episode of A Nomad Tale. I would love that. Triple ads next year. No, I want to take it all off forever. I don't want to just take it off for a little bit. Hip-hop video? A Space Miner hip-hop video that's skin? That's what it looks like it came out of? It's because it's kind of like blingy, like you think gangster rap style. It's a little, yeah. That's awesome. Very good. I think that would be good. We'll also do a little bit of Eve. Maybe I'll do a little bit of gas. I'll mostly just hang out and talk to people and wish them Merry Christmas. I should have bought a fake beard. Shit. I should have brought a fake Santa beard and a Santa hat. I fucked up. Sorry, chat. Next year. Do you want to overnight it to my P.O. box? I got you. No, I'm just playing. I'll just invert the camera so that my dark beard is white. Make it with toilet paper and duct tape. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, nerds, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Of course, thank you all for coming. I'm going to wind it down. If you guys have any recommendations on who to raid, let me know now as I'm saying goodbye to people. And of course, happy holidays if I don't hear from you again. And thank you to those that came on my fleet. That was clutch of you. Sorry for making you wait a while there. Much love. If you're a courtmate who needs to get a hold of me, DM me on Discord, hit me up in the channels, at me until I respond. I am ignoring things like a clown right now. Crash Apps is fun? Yeah, no doubt. He is. I've heard from multiple sources that Crash Apps is fun. Appreciate you too, Eve Claire. Connor, Yuri, Blawa, AR, everybody over on YouTube, I love you guys. I usually end the YouTube broadcast just a little bit short since I do like a Twitch raid thing. But I'll see you guys soon. Take care, YouTube. Kisses, hugs, whatever the hell you like. I got it for you. I got handshakes, whatever you into. I got you. All right?